Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous darkness of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master, Jason Phelps, and I'm joined, as ever, by Robbie Dragon Breath Bellekom, Sam Dragonbone Burns, and Ellie Dragon Fruit Sparrow.
Yeah. Somebody, there was this really, really, really horrible person at drama school, and she would do things for attention, like all the time. She'd bring in really weird stuff, and she brought in a dragon fruit once, just so that people would ask her what it was, and somebody referred to it as the most attention-seeking fruit, and it's all I think of when it really is dragon fruit. I think of the attention-seeking fruit.
Yeah.
And kind of underwhelming when you actually eat it.
Kind of not that nice, yeah.
But it's very pretty.
It is very pretty. And some would argue attention-seeking.
Yeah.
Sort of the red delicious of non-apples.
Yeah. I'm sure the girl in question wasn't actually that bad, but you're all together for like a really long time. So people get annoyed with each other.
Speaking of being together for a really long time, it's time for us...
Really? For our 10th anniversary? I'm sorry. Continue.
I love you too. It is nearly time for our 10th anniversary.
Congratulations.
Yes. And it's time for us to cast our minds into the future and demand of the long-suffering future us what messages from the present. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There's a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/flintlocks-and-fireballs, link in the description. We are an affiliate of dnddice.com, makers of beautiful specialty dice since 2010. Whether you need dice because you're masquerading as a vampire, calling Cthulhu, or are some sort of Pathfinder gathering the magic munchkins, you can click through our affiliate link in the description and grab yourself or a friend some particularly sexy dice or a particularly sexy leather dice bag. We are also an affiliate of Zavi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. Remember, you can click through the affiliate link in the description and use code FLINTLOCKS20 to take 20% off clothing and FLINTLOCKS10 to take 10% off not clothing. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason.
Do you think they'll tell us if we had a nice anniversary?
I hope so.
Or do you think they'll say the same messages that they usually do these days?
I think they'll say the same messages they usually do these days because we're real busy these days. So
that
sorry
wasn't a criticism. I'm sorry. Sorry. We say the same messages because we're already tired.
Yeah, sorry, stories, but we don't get a lot of variation of the messages from the future
Just
anymore.
play D&D and put it on the internet now. This is what you get.
We really like D&D.
And we like you.
You're nice.
You get to sit at the table because you're nice.
Yeah.
Thank you for playing. Thank you for coming and listening to us.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It was supposed to be a joke, not a
Oh,
criticism. Sorry.
That's okay. And on that cheerful note, it's time for us to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. We are in a void.
Any void? Is it not the void? Is there more than one
the void. It's hard to tell. You're certainly in some sort of void. After an attempt to magically steal Wayne Manor, which went wrong, seems to have worked, just not quite in the way you wanted. The party have become trapped with Scamp's sister, Victory, in, well, the mansion, which it turns out is also connected to a number of curious hidden places, otherwise sealed off from Calcinea, after the totems holding the mansion in place broke free and flung off in different directions. The party are now attempting to recover those totems to restore the spell and re-anchor the mansion back to Calcinea proper. They have headed down in search of one anchor, pursued by the vengeful and persistent Mothman to a secluded grove full of ancient trees and ethereal moonlight moths. They have ventured, they returned to find that the former deceased butler of the deceased valet, I should say, of Wayne Manor, one Squintworth Butler, has returned in ghostly form and seems to have taken it upon him as his eternal duty to serve the occupants of the manor. They then ventured down the garden path, by which I mean to say into a strange and twisting hedge maze, at the end of which they found a hidden paradise, the city of Golden Lawn, ruled over by just and wise and very legally specific angelic beings, the Devas. The party managed to retrieve the totem there, which had been impounded/imprisoned for property damage upon its arrival, while also animating a stuffed hydra.
Oh, yeah.
And it seems sparking
something with
off
that head.
a series of riots. Grabbing the... having, curiously, it seems managed to teleport to the outskirts of the city. The party grabbed the Hydra, one of the Hydra heads, got hold of the totem, also I believe filched a mysterious black iron blade, and and pretty much pegged it back through the nightmarish food jungle and up the twisting path, back to Wayne Manor. It is dark. There is no external light source, but Wayne Manor is lit up, warm and welcoming, as the mage crystals have all been turned on inside. And as you emerge out through the twisting, winding corridors of vegetation and earth, you can smell freshly baked bread.
Oh.
Which is somewhat at odds with the complete lack of sunlight, wind, or anything.
Are we about to do a long rest at this point?
You could certainly take one. In fact,
How long has it been?
anyone who wants to may make a wisdom check.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Yep.
Oh yeah, it starts with me
That's
to go.
close.
Oh, that's a 3.
Oh, me too.
It's a 5.
You have now been in this place anywhere between 12 to 16 hours at a guess, based on how hungry and how tired you are. It's been probably between 3 to 6 hours since you left on your adventure to the city of Golden Law.
Really? Didn't we hang around a while in the pub?
You hung around for an hour in the pub, there or thereabouts.
Is it really that quick?
Yeah.
Oh, to get there and back.
It could have taken anywhere between 1 to 2 hours to get there. you probably could have taken another hour or so in your other adventure, and the run and the hustle back probably took between another hour to 2. You really... The only clock you possess is the ship's clock aboard the Kraken's Bane.
Yeah.
There is no clock in Wayne Manor.
I was about to ask.
You are and you have... There is no sunlight, there are no stars. You're just having to... Well, not quite count heartbeats, but you are having to guess based on your body's natural rhythms how long it's been. You could take a rest, though.
I would like a short one at the very least, because I have 6 hit points apparently. So, yeah.
I think it's worth, taking a rest if we can.
How are we all doing on spells? I'm not doing
I'm
amazing.
not out of any, but...
It's more sorcery points that I'm low on.
Yeah, I've got 2 massive ones. A 4th level, 1 second, and 2 first.
How well do I know clockwork?
No, 2 4th levels, sorry.
How well do you know clockwork? Roll me an intelligence check. You worked with gunsmithing, but not clockworking, so you don't have proficiency. You have seen it.
I couldn't use fabricate to make a clock.
You couldn't use fabricate. You could probably use fabricate to make clockwork. You don't know fabricate well enough.
I need like someone who knows clockwork. I need a clocksmith in order to do it. I could do it with someone, but we don't have one of those either.
Sorry, something just occurred to me, but I'm going to leave that to you to think of.
Oh no.
Okay, does Scamp mention this aloud at all? Like a desire to make a clock?
Sure. I don't not know what time it is.
It is a bit scary,
right.
yes.
I can make stuff, but I don't know how to make a clock, so I can't do that.
Or it won't be as accurate as a clock, but it'll be better than nothing. Do you think you could make a candle, but very specifically?
Ooh, that's a really interesting question.
I don't know. I mean, yes, but I don't know how we...
Did someone say you wanted a candle? You turn around, Squinty's ghost is just there, holding like a basket full of candles of different sizes.
All right. Thank you, Squintworth. What is the largest candle we have here?
That would be the. Yes, here we go. That would be the Ascension Day calendar candle.
Right.
Okay.
Do you have any idea how long that would take to burn down?
You're supposed to burn it a little bit for each of the 30 days in.
Okay, that's...
Apparently not.
Friend?
Yes.
How good are you at counting?
I'm better than you are.
Can you count, like, at a regular pace? To, say... I don't know... how many seconds in an hour?
3,600.
Yes. Can you count to 3,600 at a regular pace?
I'm not sure anyone could do that.
But friend is special.
I can count to 3,600. I don't want to. I can't promise it would be at a regular pace.
Okay.
At this point, you might as well... I feel like a leaky tap, or like or an hourglass.
Squintworth. Yes. Do you know if those candles take like an hour?
Has anyone got an hour-long concentration spell?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact.
Right. Got a plan. Corzin, you cast a spell as we light a candle. And we mark like next to another candle the same size, and we see how much it's burnt down in an hour. And then we could use that to work out how much time passes. We just have to keep a lit candle. That's apparently a good idea.
That was partially what I was going to suggest, but there was I think if we can ascertain how long a candle is likely to burn for, we can put little pins in at intervals that will give us a slightly closer thing. They used to do it on ships back in the day.
That's how you do an alarm clock, isn't it?
So we have to do some science.
Well, if we just see how much burns in an hour, we don't know how much. Yeah, that's yes. We'll see what like the length is of that.
Science.
Science. Yeah, and then we can mark a candle up.
I can feel Leah rolling her eyes.
Okay.
In my lessons, I just feel it.
Squinty has 19 decently, regularly sized, quite fat candles. I'm going to say.
Oh, we could make a sand timer as well. I could make one to see how much sand goes through in an hour, and we'll know that's an hour's worth, and we can make a count. We could have a sand timer that's
Have we got enough sand?
I don't know. How do you make sand? What's sand made of?
Rocks, but smaller.
Yeah, I was going to say that, says Victory.
Sand.
I mean, there's some rocks if we want, there's earth here if we wanted to grind it up, I guess. But...
No, I know with hourglasses they have to specially grind the sand so that it's
This
exactly
seems very
right
complicated.
gauge.
Let's just burn some
That
candles.
sounds so boring.
Yeah.
I'm dying. If we sit here grinding
Right.
sand, I'll kill
Here's
myself.
some candles. We're gonna measure how long it is now. Gonna light it, cause it cast a spell, and we'll go get a cup of tea.
Yes.
Tea, young master, yes, tea for
please.
all. Very
Yes.
good. Squinty,
you.
that seems to just wink out of existence.
Okay, just from a mechanic's point of view, Jeffrey counts as a creature, correct?
Yes.
I cast Hunter's Mark on Jeffrey at the moment the candle is lit. It will last for an hour.
Jeffrey's sort of hairs on Jeffrey's hairs prickle up slightly. He looks around.
It's alright, I'm not going
Strange
to do
sense
anything.
of being watched.
It's okay, Jeffrey.
I'm no less aware of you now than I was previously.
While we're fucking about with candles, I have actually had a thought that I didn't want to deal with until we were back. Molly, Saran, and
we should
Cara
try and get in touch
and,
with them.
Vegan, everyone. They
Just
probably all
everyone.
think we maybe died in
I mean,
a
maybe we
crazy
did.
house explosion.
Yeah, I've.
Oh shit, your mum is gonna
Yeah,
blow
I've
us.
taken-
Ah, fuck her. She doesn't. Sorry, that was rude.
Fuck you too.
Yes, that's fair.
It's alright.
Victory's mum.
I
It's
could.
just-
I know.
I could try sending to Mum.
Yes. Do you want to try that? And if
Yeah,
that doesn't
sure.
work, I can try something weird.
If I just
'Cause I could dream. That is a thing I could actually do.
puts her
But yeah.
hands together
It
and
works.
starts spinning them in a circle, and you see her hair, Victory's hair, starts standing on end. There's little cracks of lightning between them. You see a little whirlwind appearing. Mum, sorry we haven't called. We're fine. The spell went wrong. We're somewhere that's nowhere. Nearly home. Just need to finish the spell. Send back. And with a little thunderclap, the whirlwind collapses. You wait. Wait for another minute. About a minute passes. 2, 3. Yeah, she doesn't usually take this long to respond.
Oh,
Oh shit. Well. What the fucking level's dream? Hang on. It was 5th. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
I wanna say
shit.
5th,
I really
yeah.
don't have a lot of that. Okay, so here's the situation. I've got 2, stupid massive spells. Or quite a lot of smaller ones. Dream usually falls in the middle of those, so I'd be using up something really big if we did a dream right now. So the options are, if we want to try dreaming to get in touch with people, we can either have a long rest now it doesn't matter that I've used up a massive thing. Or we have a long rest and then I have the normal size things. Or we don't have a long rest but we use up a massive thing.
Well,
that was a really bad laying out of the options, but I'm hoping you
I
got
think
the
a
meaning.
lot of us did some quite big stuff to get out of that last place.
Yeah, we did a bit, didn't we?
I
just
don't
a
think we should be
touch.
going anywhere until we've had a bit of a sit down. I did something I've not done before. That was interesting.
It
So
was really
you know,
cool, I liked it.
Yeah.
no circle.
was-
That was weird.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
that's what was different.
Yeah, we didn't go to a circle.
Fuck, no circle. How did you do that?
Dunno.
Magic.
I think it would have been easier if I
Literally
had this
magic.
spoon
That's how.
that I've just picked up. We could have come all the way back here. But never mind. We had to
Is
walk.
that why you've been picking up bits
Well, that
of
was
shit
brilliant.
for weeks?
I mean, it might be why I've been picking up bits of shit for weeks.
Because you've just been like, oh, I really want this plank for like ages.
Yeah, I've got a
Yeah.
lot of bits of wood.
I just sort of went with it. I just thought you were, having a funny, but yeah.
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
I don't know. I think it helps. I think I probably could get to other places without, but
You couldn't get to like the ship from here.
no, the bit of wood feels wrong.
Oh, fair. Bugger. I hate
Well,
it when that happens.
glad you tried anyway.
Well, does that, I don't really want. I don't know what would happen if I tried. It
That
feels
sounds
wrong,
bad. Yeah,
and I
let's
don't
not.
really want to tear this place apart by accident.
I feel like me bringing a building down on this just isn't that impressive by comparison.
No, that was pretty great. Like the whole.
I do wish we'd
round.
stolen more stuff.
Yeah, sorry for getting this out so fast, but I thought we would probably die if we didn't.
Yeah, that seems fair. It's a shame we didn't get more loot.
I'm still bleeding from like a lot of places, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Celestia has 6 hit points, so I'm hoping that helps you
How-
picture how bad it is.
They.
Oh, come on.
It wasn't
Jeez, let me have a
sanctioned
look at
at
that.
all. Sanctioned at all. We could go back. We've got this lovely Hydra head that came from there.
I don't
I don't think it's a
there's
good
it.
idea.
I think we'd be trying to go back into a pile of rubble.
You know
Yeah,
that?
no, that's very, very
You know
true.
that temple that we went to in the Underdark?
Yeah.
Shall we go back there? Just looks at you.
Oh yeah, no,
I
that
think it
was
would be
also-
about the same.
Yeah, that was a pile of rubble too.
Yeah.
We have a habit of this. We break buildings.
Yep.
We could make a fortune in the demolitions business.
Yeah.
You know, if we weren't actual pirates.
Yeah,
That being our
legitimate
preferred way of
business.
making-
We could do really well.
So,
Construction too. I can build shit now.
You can build things.
Yeah, I made a fort the other day.
Whoa, wait, is that what you do
They
with,
did.
with like the doors? Because you put your hand on those on those white walls and you made doors now.
Oh, that was different. That's more just like now the stone's a different shape.
How'd you figure out how to do that?
Friend told me how.
I gotta get me one.
You
of
got to
those
get
spells.
yourself some more friends.
so long rest.
Yeah,
folks.
let's have a nap.
Now, my
I think
personal
we're safe enough here for now.
vote for Dream Spell candidate goes to Corzin because he has a wife and child.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe comes first.
Also, none of us want to face Molly right now.
No, I don't.
Well, they're also in a position to tell everyone else the easiest,
exactly.
I
Also,
think.
if we're being boring about it,
Oh yeah,
Molly's
no,
the
Molly's
first mate,
Molly
so,
needs
yeah.
to know.
And it should be you because it's less bad than any of us, and also,
Molly will murder the rest of us.
yeah,
so
I'm scared. So
I'm
it's
terrified.
It's your job. Good luck.
Yeah, have fun.
Make sure she gets a message to Mum as well.
Yeah.
Will do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But we should wait an hour until your spell wears off so we can do this candle thing.
yeah,
let's
alright.
have
So
some
mark
dinner.
Drinks.
Yeah.
Yes, dinner.
You look
Yes.
down.
Oh shit!
It's not as if by magic, but Squinworth, it turns out, is real quiet when he wants to be, and there is like fine china teacups already in front of you.
Well,
He doesn't even need to interact with the ground in order to move anymore.
There's no
He
dying.
can be silent if he wants to.
what would you
Would
do?
anyone care for some toast?
Oh
Fuck
yes,
yes.
please.
Yes, please. That sounds amazing.
Jams, pickles, chutneys.
Yes.
That's yes.
6 Squintworths walk in with
Oh,
a selection
no.
of,
Hello.
with some chopped up toast, a selection of chutneys and pickles. They all put them down from different angles and then seem to like merge back into one.
Wow.
I'm gonna eat a jar of pickle.
Squidward, that
That's
was
impressive.
incredibly impressive. Thank you.
All part of the service, young master.
Thank you.
Okay.
Quite like being called young master.
That's something about it, isn't there?
Master Celestia. fuck yes.
Master. No, it sounds wrong in my mouth. It's master, in it.
Yeah. Master. No, that's wrong for me, isn't it? As if I don't like it. I get started. It's funny because Ellie says master.
Well, in all seriousness, if it were, that is what you would be called on some ships, given the position you have.
Who? Me or Scamp?
Well, both of you, actually.
My shanty master.
Yes.
Master of song.
Master.
Master of
It's like the
sing.
word craft. It's horrible. Craft.
It just sounds better when I say it, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And it sounds shit when I say your version though.
Yeah.
It's always nice when people. It's always nice when people get up to new positions. I remember when I remember when our shanty master kind of got to his ranks.
Why have I never met your shanty master? That sounds fun.
I suppose you not really spent a lot of time on the basilisk. No,
Duet
it's,
or some shit. Sounds great.
yeah, Seaman Bates, although it's master now.
Oh. That was it.
Part of this is in character. I am choosing to give Corzin more restraint than I have
No, Celestia,
in the
go on.
face of a double
This is
entendre.
all in character.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give Celestia my laugh.
Victory gives you a grin and sips at her tea.
Well, I must meet Master Bates.
Well,
He
I did
sounds
see there was
great.
an able seaman Staines once, but
Wow.
less said about them the better.
Wow.
I'm really grateful for the fact that I named myself. Because I didn't get landed with some shit like this.
Yeah.
Unless those are also stage names, in which case, power move, fair play.
Yeah.
If you're a shanty man and you're like, I'm fucking Master Bates, people know what they're getting, don't they?
Definitely.
I mean,
didn't think it was
most
polite to
shanties are
ask.
very raunchy, so fair play.
Yeah. Well, at least he's not the cook.
I'll ask him when I meet him. I'll ask him if it's a stage name.
So you take an hour. After you reckon an hour, your sense of awareness over Jeffrey fades a little.
Alright, it's gone. Where
Blow
is
out
it
the
now?
candle.
Where's
Blow the candle out.
Yeah.
You blow out the candle, measure, carefully mark the positions, and with the aid of pins, your sewing kit, master.
Oh.
It's full of moth. It's full of embroideries of moths and sketches of man costumes,
Oh, boy.
as well as indeed pincushions. Yes, there is indeed a lot of moth themed sewing in the sewing kit, but you do take some pins and mark out the different candles. With 19 candles total, you comfortably will be able to mark the passage of time for the next 5 days if you needed to.
Great.
Alright, well, that's good to know. Hopefully we won't need anything like that, but...
Do we have a nice lantern that is not in danger of blowing out while we're moving around?
Yeah.
I mean, we have. My good matter, do we have a couple of mage lanterns? No, they were just candles, weren't they?
Well, we want ones for candles because we want to keep a candle burning with us.
No, but did they have a lantern round them? Or were they just a
no,
candle? That's the
they did
question.
have lanterns around them.
So we could take the mage candle out and put a timer candle in if we wanted.
Yes, I will
Yeah.
say that you can
Yeah.
do that and have a tiny candle with you.
We should also
you will
leave
have
some
it
here.
will count for. Right, I'm just going to err on the side of this. A single candle will burn for about 4 hours, so you'll need to. But you can take several with you. You'll just need to replace them every 4 within the.
We can
lantern.
ask Squenty to keep some burning here as well to replace it as soon as it's burnt
Yes.
down, so that we have an approximate when we get back in case ours goes out or goes missing. Also, we
Good
can
idea.
compare them and just check that time's not weird.
Yeah,
That's a valid
that's
point.
not a bad idea actually.
Everything's scary and
Right.
weird.
That's a point, actually.
Nap time.
Viscerally, did that concentration feel like an hour?
It felt.
Because I'd be familiar with how long that can last.
Yeah, it felt like an hour as far as you can tell. Like,
Okay.
it's felt as long as you've been able to sustain that concentration before.
Alright, well, for whatever it's worth, it felt normal to me, but yeah.
Okay, about an hour's worth of bread and jam. Yep, great. Are you ready for me to have a little drink here of the gnomish brandy then?
Yeah.
Yep.
Excellent.
Let's get to it.
We better lie down, darling, because you'll fall over.
Yeah, okay. And is there a chaise longue or
Oh,
something?
there's ample chaise longues. There's
Yeah,
bedrooms.
I will find
there's
a
guest
convenient
bedrooms.
one and recline on it.
Yeah, just the rainbow spirit. Do you mind doing a dream, darling?
I mean, yeah. If I can, I'll go for it.
Give it a try, see if it
Give
works.
it a
If it doesn't
try.
work, you don't need to feel guilty or anything. This is a
No,
really
no,
weird
it's just-
situation. It's not your
It's
fault.
real weird. Oh,
Yes.
bless you. As the rainbow spirit says to Scamp.
What?
Scamp, you feel a sudden urge to sneeze. Roll 2d100s.
Ah!
Oh.
88. And those are both 10s,
Those are both
so
10s,
I'm
you
going
can't
to pick a
have that,
different
yeah.
one and roll that again.
No, if those are both 10s.
Oh no, they're both percentile
They're both
dice.
percentiles, yeah.
Right.
So it was a.
They rolled 50-80. It doesn't
Okay,
count.
right.
Yeah.
I've rolled 88 twice.
Okay.
Oh shit. I guess it's 88. What are the odds of that? Why?
Not high.
Roll a d6 for me.
That's a 6.
Okay.
What are
You
the odds of
watch.
that? Very
You
slim.
you sneeze, and there is a haze of pink magic around Stormy, who just starts gently floating up into the air.
no.
Hey,
no.
go grab it.
You are lifted up as well.
Bugger. Have I got any
Oh,
string?
did you?
By the point at which you're trying to figure out, I'm going to say yes. You got a string.
I would like to tie it to her like she's a balloon and hold on to it so she can't go too far.
She starts.
You have a
like,
literal balloon animal.
she starts flopping around and, like, after a bit of initial panic, seems to quite enjoy the sort of.
Do you know how long this will last? Do you have a sense? Or are we just... Is this... this is who we are now?
I wish it was for. I'm assuming it's going to be the same as normal ones, and it'll be like 10 minutes.
Well...
Or
a month.
Or it could be forever.
I'm not being funny. The longest we've had was a month when you couldn't get drunk.
Yeah. But that wasn't a thing I could do on purpose.
That's true.
I forgot that you gave Marjorie werewolf. Marjorie question. Maybe lycanthropy.
Yeah, yeah, I did that. That was a thing. Whoops.
Right.
You just
Oh,
break
no.
gravity, but for one person.
Steve. The chicken.
Alas,
We
Steve
hardly
remained
need
in the collapsing earthquake building.
Can you try and send to Steve and see what happens?
No.
Oh.
Shan't.
I can locate Steve if needs be,
It's
but
too far. I mean, Steve's almost
If
certainly
you want
dead.
to go and get
And also
Steve,
too far
you be my
away.
fucking guest, darling.
The rainbow spirit hovers around. Right, ready when you are.
We're ready. We've got... where the fuck's fucking gnomish brandy? I searched through 100 pockets and find it. Right, I've got it.
You accident.
Dust.
Roll a luck check.
Okay. That is a 9.
You let go of the string.
Oh, shit, balls, help. Jump. Do I get it?
roll a dex check.
Oh no, what's my dex? Help. That is a 12. Do I
You
get
do
it?
just manage to get the string.
Right. Don't let me do that again. That was bad. We're going to do a one-handed dream spell. Do you hear me? Okay.
Okay.
Right.
tie the string to something else.
Right, where's the fucking dust? There's dust. Squinty keeps a really clean house. Can anyone see fucking dust anywhere?
Squinty, we need dust.
There is a brief sort of sound, and Squinty is there, having travelled at enough speed that when he stops with the dustpan, a cloud of dust just flies into your face.
Okay, I'll do
Oh,
it. Right, somebody pour some gnomish brandy in my palm. I can't open a bottle because I'm holding a cat on
Here we
the
go.
string.
Here you go.
Thank you. Right. I rub it together in one hand,
Yeah.
like you would, with the cat on the string
Yeah.
in the other hand. Okay, are you comfortable?
Yep.
Go. Yes.
Yay.
Goodbye.
A sprinkling of magical sleep dust swaps you in the eyes, and you feel yourself fall backwards. and we'll get to what happens to you in a moment, but in 8 minutes...
Oh, ow, you're getting big. Shit, did you have to land right on me? Oh, it's okay, I'll give you a hug. We'll stay on the floor together forever. It's okay. Yes. Have some
Meanwhile.
strokes.
Okay.
At no point did I think of asking anyone else to hold the cat on the
No,
string.
why would you do that?
That would have been too smart. I genuinely didn't
Victory
think of
was
it.
enjoying this too much to offer, so... Okay. Corzin. You fall backwards and splash into a thick... Actually, not thick, an annoyingly thin black bog. There are dead trees all around you. A sort of dull grey mist fills the air, and you can feel yourself slowly sinking. Can I ask for a wisdom save from you, please?
Wisdom save, okay. Well, that's a 15.
There's a part of you that realizes if you stay here, whatever this Eidolon is that you're piloting would probably drown. And that part of you another part wonders, what's the use? Why does it matter? And then a third part of you, which is very much the Corzin Horhace part, realizes, wait, no, you have things to do. You're not going to you're not going to sit around in some sort of like despairing swamp and
Like
just
a horse skeleton nearby.
you glance around. You do indeed see the skeleton of a horse half sunk in
Oh,
the
no.
bog.
It's okay, it comes back to life at the end of the film.
But beyond that, there's not a lot of other features around here. Sitting kind of like awkwardly sitting yourself up, you do see the little guttering rainbow flame. It's currently going straight, just straight up. Who do you want to find?
I want to find Molly if I can.
Roll a luck check, please.
Okay. 7.
The flame flickers up, side to side. There's no clear direction. You can pick a different person.
Okay.
Might not be asleep.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to
We don't.
Vig then.
Roll a luck check.
11.
Flickers side to side.
Okay,
They are
enough
in the
that I
same
can
time zone,
get
though.
a
No,
sense of direction.
No fixed direction.
Alright. Given what I would know about the like on-off shift rotation pattern of the Kraken's Bane, who is likely to be sleeping now?
Ooh,
That's
that
smart.
is a good question.
Very smart. You are captain as well.
Yeah.
You are the captain.
Yeah.
You do know that.
I would have set this with Molly.
Yeah,
that I would know this.
You do indeed know this. So let me tell you. So, assuming that this is a shift when Molly is awake, and although V is captaining his own ship, at this point, the people most likely to be asleep will be Pepper Salts, Belle, from ones that you know just personally, Belle, Pepper Salts, Auden actually should be off duty at this point,
Okay.
and Rakash, of the spider tieflings. Those are the ones coming to mind. Oh, sorry. Actually, no. I'm going to say Trialer because would also be off duty right now.
Auden is very quickly replacing Alton Apple Blossom as the person who did not sign up for any of this.
Yeah. The shit he's seen in the sending room.
At the same time, though, he's probably the person least likely to freak out about it at this point. I'm having to take that into account.
Well, mind you, it will, though, if he's not had anyone visit him in his dream before. It's fucking weird.
So, sorry, who do you want to try and find?
So it's Bell, Auden, or Tryla.
Yeah, Bell, Auden, Tryla. Oh, and Pepper Salts. You're the navigators.
Oh, and Pepper Salt. You know, left field, but I'm going to go for Bell.
Okay.
I mean, Bell seems.
Bell won't freak out. Yeah.
Roll a luck check, please.
Okay.
Different odds.
Okay. 18.
Okay, you focus on Bell, and this time the rainbow flame tilts in a direction.
Yes! I start swimming in that direction, or moving, however
you
the
sort of
environment will allow me to.
half struggle, half swim, making your way through endless, seemingly just identical swamp. You do leave the horse skull behind you, but were it not for the flame guiding you in a direction, any direction might seem the same as the others. You travel for what feels like hours or days before you approach what appears to be a hill. And indeed, it does, there are the remnants of dead trees growing on the back of it. There is sturdier mud climbing up. But upon closer inspection, you realise it is the shell of some sort of gigantic tortoise. The tortoise is long gone. There is now a hollow leading into where its head once was. The flame guides you into it. As you struggle through, the passageway, which at first is cavernous, grows narrower and narrower and narrower until it becomes quite a tight fit. There is a smoky scent filling the air, and the distant sound of voices, chanting, laughter. You think you can hear a fiddle, and as you struggle down with a sort of sound, you land into a fireplace grate, splitting just pieces of embers in every direction, as you find yourself in a quite cheerful and vigorous pub. Various ethereal figures are dancing around. There's what appears to be a mongoose playing a fiddle in one corner.
Cool.
There's you even see a brightly dressed in bright colours, what appears to be a gnome at the bar, serving various figures, who looks up, blinks a little. Oh, visitor!
Yes. Well, this is not even in the top 5 of the weirdest things I've seen today.
Oh, you're telling me.
I'm looking for someone.
By the looks of that lantern, they're sat at that table over there. Points, and you can see where the flame is going. There, you can just see vaguely in focus, in that sort of ethereal, half in a dream bubble way, the outline of Bell, sat holding a tankard of beer. And watching what appears to be, from your perspective, a feathered snake doing a dance on a table.
Okay, interesting. Does she look like she's enjoying herself?
As seems to be, yeah.
Okay, I will make my way over there.
The man tips his hat to you.
Thank you. I might be back for a drink later.
Oh, quite all right. You here in person, or you have the smell of some sort of magical thing to you?
Traveling light today, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's all right. Then you'll be fine to drink the drinks.
Grand.
As you approach Bell, you pass the sort of soap bubble-like edge of the dream, and the tavern resolves around to look like any one of a number of Sulian taverns you've been to. The feathered snake is replaced by a dancing girl, and there is instead a burly-looking dwarf at the bar, in lieu of the gnome. Bell looks at is busy drinking, enjoying the dancing, blinks a little. Oh. Captain?
Bell. Thank the Regent. Look, this is going to sound a little bit weird, but I'm actually here now. I'm speaking to you. This is not you making this up.
Yeah, it's a nice tavern. Wait, how did we get here?
I'm not sure which of us was thinking of it, but is this a place that you're familiar with?
I'm not sure. This feels like 2 or 3 different the fireplace looks like it's just like the tavern I grew up in the village where I grew up, but the decorations are all wrong.
Well, if you grew up in Seoul, maybe it's an amalgamation of various different taverns you've been to. That's sort of how this place works.
Wait a minute. I'm dreaming!
Yes, we're both dreaming. We're having the same dream.
Oh! Regent, I've never had a lucid dream before.
Well, fortunately,
this is amazing!
It's allowing us... Yeah.
Usually I don't know I'm dreaming.
Yeah. Look, I need you to remember something for when you wake up, okay?
Oh, is this a magic thing?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't usually remember my dreams, but okay, I'll do my best.
All right. Yeah. No. If this works how it's worked in the past, it should be all right. But I need you to relay a message to Molly for me, okay?
Molly, got it.
Can we find her?
I tried to find her, but evidently she's not asleep right now.
What was the last thing I remember? Oh yeah, no, I went for my nap after sorting out breakfast. It's got to be at least the mid-morning.
Right. Okay. Well, when you wake up, go to Molly and tell her that myself and everyone else who I was with are fine, but we are temporarily misplaced.
Okay.
We're working on getting back.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Working getting back.
Yeah,
there was that whole the whole big flashing thing, and someone said they went up to find you, and that mansion was just gone.
Yeah,
was it like the
mansion is gone.
A big bowl.
We are where the mansion is currently.
Okay.
We're all alive. We're all fine.
Okay.
It's just we're having to work on getting ourselves back to where we started.
Okay, so tell Molly, you and everyone else is fine. The mansion's gone. You went with it, but you're trying to get back, and you're on your way.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand this is weird, but honestly, I figured that it's. Molly will understand. This is a means by which we've communicated before.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. She takes a sip.
Thank you.
Is she going to remember? Is she going to believe any of it?
Real good beer. Sorry, I'm just really bowled over. This is the first time anything like this specifically has happened to me. Most of the time, magic's been real shit. So.
Yeah, well, it's powerful stuff.
Yeah. Try the beer. It's powerful stuff too.
Oh no.
And I'm gonna try and obviously make a gauge as to whether or not I'm intruding or anything. But I think if she's okay with it, I'm just going to remain here and be socialized, because my logic is being the longer I am actually with her in the dream, the more likely it is she is to remember and not just write this off as something weird.
Okay. How long do you want to stay for? Belle is happy to sort of just enjoy the vibe of the dream for a bit. But you are conscious of the fact that the time you are spending in this dream state is not time you are resting.
Yeah, okay.
You don't get real sleep.
I'll stay. Yeah, I'll stay for an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Belle just takes the opportunity to talk a little. It's light conversation. For the most part,
I'll
she talks
happily
about
chat with her about anything she wants to talk about.
Yeah, she just talks about how things are going on the ship, how people are feeling. It's like, I'm really glad the whole siege is over.
You and me both.
That was a bit of a frankly, pretty scary time. And
Oh yes.
don't really get to speak much like this when we're all awake. But I just want to say thank you so much for taking me on.
You're most welcome. We're really glad to have you.
And for the the discretion about the whole time of the month thing. And
Of course.
it's really lovely. It's one of the I apart from that time I was basically kept by that witch. This is my first real cook's job, and it's really nice to do it and to get away from it all. So thanks.
You're most welcome. You'll always have a place on the Kraken's Bane for as long as you want it.
Thank you. I don't know whether this just carries on, or if I wake up, or...
This carries on for as long as you're asleep, but remember what we talked about, and
you're alive,
hopefully see you again
you're well,
very soon.
you went where the mansion went, and you're working to get back.
Yes. I don't know how much time has passed since we left. Could you...
you
make
disappeared
a
yesterday, I want to say the middle of the day. About
Alright,
noonish.
Roughly analogous to what we've been experiencing. Where we are at the moment, we weren't entirely certain time works in the same way. It definitely doesn't work in the same way where we are right now, I'll tell you that.
That's a wild concept.
Oh, yeah.
Time working differently.
It stretches out like a...
like in dreams.
Like a balance. Yeah.
Does it in the waking world as well, depending on what altitude you're at, because time's fucking weird.
My brain hurts.
I know. Time moves different speed in the mountains to on the sea level.
Relativity.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Only fractionally, not enough that you could tell.
Very, very
but
small
enough
now.
that it fucks up atomic clocks.
Yeah.
You got to
I
account
both
for that with satellites.
really want you to explain that to me, and also never want
It's
you
amazing.
to explain that to me. Because
Can
my head
recommend
already
reading about
hurts.
Yeah, it's fascinating, but also
But makes Dreamfold really
complicated.
interesting as a thing.
You stick around for an hour or so and then step out of the bubble, and Belle seems to relax into the less awake, lucid sense of dreaming. The
Resource that's going to murder someone because you didn't tell Belle to tell her.
Oh crap! No, that was an out of character fuck up. I'm so sorry.
You
Yes.
just debated
Molly
whether
might think of it.
Molly might think of it.
I think Molly
but
would.
Belle also you really sort of realise. I think I appreciate Corzin's. Okay, just get the main points across. Get the main points across.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad you found someone, because the other option was someone in another time zone who can send, and I don't want to be Sander right now. I don't know what they're up to.
Yeah.
Oh, fair. Yeah.
So the only,
Corzin and Samnet.
Samnet can't send.
Yes, but I want Sam
No,
to
but
be
Samnet
both
can
of them.
pay
Yes.
someone to send.
Yes.
But,
That would please me.
Sound like a
I'd
pay
be talking to
sound.
myself.
Yes, I'd like to watch you struggle.
The
I mean, I could do it. I just don't think it would be particularly entertaining for anyone.
Maybe that was
I'd be
Oksana, but I'm
incredibly
not sure where
interested.
Oksana is.
the gnome the gnome at the bar looks up. Productive chat?
Yeah, I hope so. You know what? Just not to be rude, I'll have one for the road.
Oh, not a problem. Thinks for a moment. Don't suppose you got any coinage on you?
Corzin will fish around in his pockets. If they are an analogue to his actual pockets, he should have at least a few gold pieces in him.
You. Ooh,
Interesting.
good point. Sure, you pull out a gold piece and toss it over.
I keep forgetting, does money work in a different way here?
Oh, to be sure it does. He inspects the gold piece and says, "I'll take this, just to be aware, next time you come back, you're not going to have this in here."
Right, I understand. Well, you know, it's you pay for a drink. You pay for a drink anywhere. I
Oh,
suppose.
exactly. Here you go, though. Passes you take the tankard as well, since you're taking it for the road, and passes you a frothy, curiously purple beer.
Ooh. I want one.
As you drain it, has it's kind of like a gingery taste to it, but in a nice way.
Huh. That's very pleasing. But what do they make it out of?
Oh, there's a particular type of tuber that grows in the green glass desert.
Oh, like ginger ale.
Pretty similar to that. Just make sure not to mix it with tomatoes.
For how long? Like, am I okay to eat them?
Oh, just not at the same
tomorrow, or is-
time.
Oh, right. Yeah. No worries there.
It does something weird to it. Like, tastes awful.
Oh, I see. Right, that's
Quite likely to make you vomit up a horse.
a horse. You seem the size of me. I don't think that's physically. Oh wait, I forgot where I was for a moment.
Don't know what it is about this about the old glass tuber ale and tomatoes, but brings out horses and people.
Why horses?
Couldn't tell you. Something about the need to run.
Well, on that note, and I say thank you very much, and I tip my tricorn and
Yeah, improv's fun,
exit
isn't
the
it?
establishment.
It's the establishment. Take your drink and I guess dissolve slowly over the course of a minute before passing into natural sleep. When you eventually wake up after, by candle clock, 11 hours, because you spent some time and then you had to get some sleep.
Right.
You find that. I'm just making a note of what time it now is. Cool. So you check your pockets, and yep, gold pieces are still there.
I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Did the eye reset?
Ooh, that's a good point.
That's a good question.
You're not sure exactly at what point it did, but there is a point where you sort of spin it in your hand experimentally and feel it after you've taken a nap, and you realise it does indeed appear to be it does appear to have regained some of its charge.
Cool.
So yes, you are back to 3 uses of the eye. You have not yet tried to use the eye, but you feel
But it's
like its
there.
charges are back. So I'm making a note of this.
The eye's got juice again. Yay!
Well, that's good to know.
Fine, Molly.
No, I don't think she was awake. But on that note,
Other way around.
I think I think time here passes at the same rate it does where we came from.
Good.
Oh, that's actually really reassuring, to be honest.
I managed to find Belle.
Oh, that's a good one.
She was on the off shift. When I couldn't find anyone who was on the same shift, I looked for someone who wasn't.
That's very smart.
Yeah. Hopefully the message should have got through, and yeah, it's been a day, so about the same amount of time that's passed here.
Okay.
Yeah, a bit longer than that. You were out for 11 hours, according to the candles.
Yeah, we've all eaten so much while we were waiting for you to wake up.
Oh,
Squinty just kept
So
bringing
is time
breakfast. He
a
just
bit
kept
off?
going.
right. No tomatoes for a little while,
Right.
just be on the safe side.
How long did we think it had been? Like, before we went to sleep, and how long did we think
That's the
we'd
thing,
been
we
here?
didn't know, we
think-
didn't have a
Oh,
frame of
don't-
reference.
Well, you all, both of you took some rest, and according to the candle clocks, you both took around about as long as you'd expected, 8
Like
hours
8 hours,
thereabout. Corzin just appears to have been in there
I
for
mean,
quite a
before
long time.
that, like, how long did we think we'd been in this place?
You
Does that
thought
match
you'd
up?
been in between 12 to 16 hours with no external frame of reference,
So we
and
could be
you all
fine.
fucked your
That's
wisdom
wisdom
save.
So yeah, we have no
Yeah.
idea. So it's possible that time is moving weirdly in here, or it's possible that it's entirely normal because we all rolled.
But
Yeah.
it's not crazy far off.
No, so it's probably.
It hadn't been weeks.
But we did roll so.
We did
Yeah,
roll.
no, it hasn't.
Apparently, from
Yeah,
their point of view, the mansion just isn't there anymore.
Right.
Which
Yeah, that makes
obviously
sense.
isn't. It's here.
Do you think you
But-
should give messages to people?
Should do. I did try and impress on her that she needed to remember this for when she woke up. Like, she's not been dreamed to before, but if she's able to talk to Molly about it, Molly has been, so there's precedent there.
Molly will hopefully have the sense to tell everyone else. Yeah.
I guess if
Yeah.
we're still here next time we sleep, we can try it again.
Yeah.
Someone else
Well,
might.
Probably worth it.
She knows we all left at the same time, so yes.
Yeah. Right. Where are we going?
So I'm still not sure how we get to the one that's up.
Yeah.
I think we hope somebody in the other two directions can tell us.
Yeah.
Good a hope as any. We do still have 2 more of those weird paths. There's that hole in the wall that's got all of that sort of the bricks all seem to be making a little path out past that. And there is that point where the iron gates got turned into a sort of stretched out steel spiderweb thing.
I'm horrified by both.
Yeah.
Well, if we leave the up one for last,
Yeah.
in the hope that we do find some other way of...
Otherwise, we're just going to be
getting
stood there staring it up for a while, really.
I mean,
I think we've
I
gotta
can
take-
fly and you can fly, but there's a lot of up.
Yeah.
I think we've kind of got to take the chance that we'll find some other clue for
Yeah.
up in the other two. Like, there's 2 other directions. We might find something.
Yep.
And if we don't, we'll deal with it later. It's
Yeah.
not going to make us any less able to deal with it unless we die on one of the other directions.
Which
which
is always possible, yeah.
I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah.
Not talking's boring. Where are we going?
The hole in the wall, which is where the mice go on dates. Which was before we started recording.
It
Enjoy the
was.
lack of context there,
There's
folks.
a reference to nothing as far as you're concerned.
Oh, there's the horrible metal spider web.
I can't decide if
peering
the...
out at to where the iron gates in the front of the mansion grounds were. It's like not like a webbing out spider web. It's more like they've been twisted into a really long walkway that crosses into connects to other bits of bent metal in a vaguely sort of spider web-esque twisting
Like, we're over an
bridge.
abyss kind of way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a rubber abyss.
I'm really horrified by the spiderweb over the abyss. But maybe that means we should just like pull the fucking bandage off and do it. Or maybe that means we should leave it forever and just pretend it doesn't exist.
What, just stare it up for a while?
just look up and hope it makes a difference. If we look at it for long
hole
enough,
in the
it'll
wall
fix.
then? Or pull off the bandage and
I
go,
don't know!
do you want to flip a coin?
Yes.
Yeah, come on, let's
Okay,
just,
so heads, which is even,
Okay.
is the hole in the wall. odds. Which, no.
Tails?
Tails, which is out of character. Odds is the one that I didn't see. What the fuck was it?
Spiders.
It's the spiders.
Yeah.
So odds. Yeah.
We're
that
saying
one.
if you roll a 1, we're doing the horrible spider thing. I
Yeah.
don't know which one sounds worse.
This is odds. No,
Great.
tails.
Spiders. Tails. Okay.
Why was this so hard? Kill me.
Let's just put a coin on the table next time.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was like needlessly difficult.
You step out towards to the front of the mansion. The only light coming from the windows, and indeed from the candle burning in the lantern that you carry. As you peer out ahead, through the 120 feet or so of range that your dark vision gives you, you can see the shape, though no colour, of the curious walkway stretching into the void.
Put some lights up.
Purple illumination guides a little bit forwards, giving you a path ahead. You can see that it's not just the gates, although their form does stretch out for eerily long. On the edges, you can see what appears to be part of a sword twisted out of shape into a long, spindling fashion. What might have been a pair of shears. Forged iron beam.
Oh,
It's
this is another climby, horrible walkway.
Yes.
I'm gonna leave the cat. I leave her in the house with some food.
the
Because
Stormy kind of
that was stupid
experimentally pads at the walkway, turns her nose up at it, and it seems to agree with your wisdom. Meow.
Meow at Squintworth for treats, yes?
Meow.
Thank you.
Treats!
Treats young master.
Master!
Well, we better not be long, otherwise we're going to come back to an exceedingly fat cat.
Oh, she'll fucking love it.
She pads back into the house. Squintworth sort of blinking into existence after her. It's because of how twisted and bent out of shape and flattened the iron bars have now been. They're less slippery than they would be if they were still like cylindrical rods. But it is uncanny stepping onto them as you feel the whole edifice not buckle, but slightly bend and creak as the metal rasps against each piece. It's very much has the feel of like walking a rope bridge. Or one of those bridges that's made of literally tied rope without solid slats. You know those awful net bridges that you used to cross on playgrounds and
Over the void.
yeah,
All right,
but over
3
an endless
points of
black void.
contact.
Sorry, cousin.
3 points of contact. This is like climbing through rigging.
Yep.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. We should tie ourselves together.
Yeah.
Right, let's tie each other, get together again. You take the rope, we reconnect your ties and begin making
I
a way.
hope no one
against
gets possessed by a mothman.
There's a pause.
My parents are dead. I am the night.
Oh, the
As you-
embroidery was really good though. Like the moth embroidery. Oh,
I
It's
really
fists
like
of
the
vengeance
feathers.
and also very good at stitching.
Yes.
His fists were vengeance.
It's worth
My apologies.
Well, it takes a certain amount of time and determination to stab something many times and make something beautiful.
It was very wholesome, Corzin.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
You as you step out and get used to the gentle swinging of the bridge, the mansion, suspended in the void, fades further and further out of sight as the eternal sort of edge of the dark vision, the point where all of the sense of presence and absence just becomes grey, claims it. And you soon find yourself walking along a spindly bridge, soon feeling as if it has no start or end. In places, metal objects are twisted out of shape. In others, actual chains seem to be incorporated into this edifice. There are a few points where the going gets easier. Huge riveted plates of iron form part of the structure.
Can we tell what they look like they were from?
Ooh. I'm trying to think what the equivalent of an engineering check would be here. I'm going to say history.
Can anyone make that roll?
Anyone who wants to, it's an individual roll.
Okay.
Well, I did start as I meant to go on. That's history. That's a 3. Another 3. Hooray for me and my dice.
That is a 12. Also.
Parts of it, the tools look like, well, tools, but notably absent wood for the most part. Where you might, to save metal, you might have, say, used a wooden handle on. You can see what looks like a fork, like a pitchfork for gardening or pitching hay. Instead, there is the handle has cross-hatched grooves into it for grape, but is also seemingly made of steel. Although you just do make out that it is hollowed out for weight purposes. Similarly, there's very little non-metal, in fact almost no non-metal that you can see throughout it, and most of it's steel or iron, as if it came from a place where iron and steel were more commonplace than timber.
What was the first path we walked on made of?
The first
Brick,
path
wasn't it?
was made of stone. It was cave stone, which eventually merged into other cave stone and then cloud stone. The second path was dirt and vegetation.
And now we've got metal, and the other one was brick. And air.
And air. And at some point perhaps a wizard in there. We're off to see the wizard because we're stuck in an eternal abyss.
What else was Oz? Oz was definitely an eternal abyss.
You end up walking for... Well, you actually have your candle to tell now. The better part of an hour and a half.
About 20 minutes into this hour, Celestia just out of nowhere goes, "You know this is what they tell you dying is like in the Underdark?
Oh, thank you. I did want to know that.
I actually just couldn't keep it inside me any longer, so, yeah, you're welcome."
Yeah,
Wow.
You mentioned the void. Yeah.
Just an endless...
Spiderweb over an abyss. You
Great.
get across it, or you don't.
I can assure you as a former ship surgeon we are all still very much alive.
I mean, how would we know?
I mean, we're crossing an abyss on a spiderweb.
There was a big explosion, and then we were in an abyss.
Yep.
Like, you can all test this for yourself if you've still got a pulse.
Yeah, but
Victory does put her fingers to her neck. Yep, still
I
the
can
pulse.
hear my pulse very, very loudly.
I don't know that counts for much.
Would I imagine a pulse if I was dead?
I think I would.
Yeah.
Actually, when we were doing...
We could ask Sandra sometime.
Yeah.
Hey, you know when you were dead? Did you have a pulse?
Worth asking.
Yeah.
You know someone who's dead?
Yeah. Yeah, it's alright, they got better.
Well,
We know a couple
I
of people
couldn't.
who are dead.
Yep. I've done that twice now. I suppose we could ask Svetlana, but that'd be really out of the blue. I've only really talked to the poor girl once, and it was when she was dead.
Yeah.
Hey, what was the afterlife like? Was it an endless abyss with a metal spider web
worth
stretched
asking.
across it?
I mean, I went that time. It wasn't an endless abyss for her. I think it's personal.
Yeah.
It's none of my
Would
business
kind
to
of
say what
make
hers
sense.
was like, but it wasn't an endless abyss. It was a lot of other things, and maybe like a river or a line on paper or a cliff edge or. Ooh, I feel weird. Yeah. Anyway, this is a very confusing day.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll go along with that.
But yeah, not an abyss for her.
That's good, I suppose.
And, well, if it's different, then why would it be this for any of us?
Might be for me.
So we're all just travelling through your personal hell.
Yeah, you're all
If it wasn't for Sander, why would
No,
it be for you?
no, I think
imagination.
no. I think if you died and we'd all died at the same time, we would follow to see where you ended up. Like that seems about right.
Oh,
Or we'd all be following one of us.
Yeah. So maybe I'm dead.
No, if you're dead, we're all dead, all over me.
Oh, okay.
When we're like doing the dreamings, do we have a pulse then? Does anyone check?
No.
I've not.
Because you're not physically like
noticed.
doing a thing.
No, but you're asleep.
I've always just assumed I didn't have one because I'm not in my body.
Jet said I had a heart.
Yeah, but was it doing anything?
Being less broken, apparently.
Oh.
Shut up.
Oh. Ah.
There's a little blush.
Well said, Jeffrey. We should keep moving over this horrible void.
Yes. Shut the fuck up and walk over
I'm
the
assuming
void.
we have been this
I
time.
mean, yeah.
You continue your march through the horrible void. Corzin, you're the first for this because of your passive perception.
Mm-hmm.
In the distance, faintly, you hear a ringing or a low tapping. A distant clang. Rhythmic.
Okay, like someone ringing a bell?
Something like that. It's just on the edge of your hearing when you first pick it up.
Okay, and like regular, so like ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding. I think I can hear a ship's bell.
Well, here.
And how is it
Yeah.
different? How is a ship's bell different to a bell?
It's got
Well,
a ship on it.
generally there are
Yeah,
specific
that's
size
true.
and shape for, what they're doing, but yeah.
Should we try and do? Is there any way we could be in any way stealthy? There isn't really, is
Can you
there?
hear the bell if we...
If you strain, you can, and and as you walk forwards, it gets easier to hear.
Yeah, we're definitely moving towards it.
Ooh. Roll.
Because they were like quiet and rhythmic. And I'm just wondering.
Roll a wisdom check, please. Or actually, no. This is a form perception
If it's
check.
a 1, I'm going to think I'm dead, aren't
Yeah, perception. You can add your
I?
modifier.
Ooh, that's my first good roll today.
Hooray.
23. Can we go?
Excellent.
No, it's the sound of metal striking metal. But not like a bell, like a hammer on an anvil.
Sparks are flying. No bombs, Johns. Anyway,
The hammer and the anvil song.
it sounds like a
Yeah.
blacksmith
Oh,
or something similar. Not a
Oh,
metal
yeah.
worker, but you get my point.
yeah.
That's interesting.
As you keep walking, it does indeed appear to be.
I mean, does all this metal, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Someone made this.
Yeah.
I hammered it together. They're trying to get somewhere. Are they building a bridge?
Maybe.
That would make sense.
As you go closer,
Is that how we do up?
you hear.
Maybe a long ladder.
I'm shit at building things.
I'm really good, just really slow.
You realise it's harder to realise at first because a wall of sound blends in with the quiet, the absence compared to the distant ringing. You realise it almost sounds like at first like a waterfall, like a distant roaring, crashing, and then you realise as you get closer, it's the sound of roaring fires and countless beating hammers or strikings of metal against metal, and you now realise that one repeating gong is merely the loudest thump of a chorus of metallic strikes ringing sonorously through the abyss. But whatever it is too far away or somehow obscured from your sight for you to see.
Aww.
I will continue to move cautiously forwards.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, aren't we?
Yeah. There's no way we can hide ourselves at all. We're very exposed here.
As you reach towards the end of your travel, you do have your candle burning, as well as the floating lights you're keeping following. You do just catch, coming into existence, a thin glimmer of light, which flickers out, and then back in for a moment, back out, back in. As you get closer, I think I need an active perception check from everyone, please. This is visual.
Okay.
1.
Oh, so I have advantage
Yeah,
then.
you are Celestia, you are just like too freaking far out to notice.
Maybe we should reduce our light. Is our lantern like a hooded one? Can we lower the amount of light coming from it?
It's
You can kill my
got
dancing lights.
you kill your dancing lights. Your lantern does have sliding bits because it was it can be directed. So yeah, you can shut it.
26.
26. After a few moments, the flickering becomes stable, and you can see there is a distant light. Corzin, you, on an instinct, step backwards again, and the light starts to flicker. And you sort of move your head. Disappears. Reappears. Disappears. Reappears. It takes you a couple of minutes to realise it, but it's like there's a veil that stops light, half draped over this walkway, passing close to it.
That's weird.
Something is blocking. Something about this place. It's not just emptiness. There is something that intercepts light, and and by coincidence you walk on the edge of it. And when you can adjust your vision so that if you're standing in one place, the light is behind the veil and seems to be gone. But if you move your head to the side, you can then see the light in the distance. The veil itself does not reflect any light, and against the black backdrop, it's basically invisible. It just consumes any light that touches it.
That's kind of ingenious, but the question is why?
You don't think it's anti-spirit what works again, do you?
I don't know. Maybe it's just like we can make it dark sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like a dark that light doesn't work in.
Like a cloth of that.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I suppose, actually, you can enchant things, can't you?
Yeah.
I suppose it's not a massive
Yeah, that
leap.
would be my guess.
Never thought of it, but...
Or maybe it's just the edge of that.
Hang
Because
on.
that is like a solid shape.
Does it look anything like that shadow cloth? From when we killed all them shadows that time.
There is something not dissimilar to it.
Oh, like my cloak, what I'm wearing.
Yeah, this waistcoat.
Yeah, there is that same
Yeah.
absolute sort of, dead black feel to it. But yeah, frankly, without a light source to compare it to, I mean, if you want to spend a few minutes maneuvering with the dancing lights, you could try and map it out a little bit.
Oh.
You want to do that? Is that useful? Is it in our way?
Probably worth it.
It seems to pass close by the path, but you probably wouldn't walk into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
How long's that going to
That's
take?
fine, near it.
I kind of want to do the detect magic, but
Pass the
that'll
dark.
take ages.
You pass the dancing lights around, and
10 minutes worth.
with about 10 minutes of work, you are able to realise that there is indeed a veil of sorts, and you can't even... Passing the light in front of the veil doesn't show the veil. It's only when it passes behind it that you realise the veil exists.
In that time, I would like to cast detect magic.
Okay.
I don't know, how close to the path is it?
Roll another perception check, please.
Oh dear.
You, though, because you've asked.
7. I'm rolling really well.
Hard to say. Like, you swear it was like 20 feet away, but maybe it's 10 feet away at the closest edge.
Well, I cast detect magic over 10 minutes, and if it's within 30 feet and it's magical, I should see that.
Don't like to contemplate how many shadows it would have taken to make that, if that is what it's made out of.
Oh.
Okay. As usual, the four of you light up like Christmas candles.
Hooray!
Or I suppose like Regent's Day candles. Full circle candles, it would be. Like sparklers. The path is not magic. The veil is not magic. Not in any sense that shows up to your mage spell.
Horrible.
It just is.
What happens if you push a light onto it? Like if you go
do
behind
that.
it, it goes. Is it solid?
You push a light onto it, it vanishes. You can still feel the connection. You pull the light back, it appears. Push the light through, walk to the other side, you can see it.
Oh, so there's like a notable... Interesting.
Yeah, you
Oh.
realise that this veil, or whatever it is, it's permeable to your spell, but it's completely impermeable to light. Oh, actually, it's worth mentioning, when the light spell passes behind the veil, it vanishes from your detect magic sight.
I hate it.
So the veil also appears to block whatever mage sight.
I hate it. I want to put my face in it.
It's
Please
a
don't.
bit far out. For you
Oh
to
no, I can fly. I say to the air randomly.
Are there any bits, like rocks or whatever? Because it's D&D, so somebody has to throw a rock at it, don't they?
I mean, we've got plenty of stuff on us.
Yeah. Like a copper piece.
You can toss a copper piece at it if you want.
Or
Throw
like
it
just a
out.
bit
Okay, you
lead
take a
shot,
copper
yeah.
piece, you throw it, passes. You watch as it passes into the veil, passes through the veil. You lose sight of it because the veil blocks the light.
Okay.
You listen out. There is no clink.
It's not a flaw, that's fair.
Falls
I'd be
forever.
worried if there was, to be honest.
I'm going to turn to the rainbow spirit. Do you feel weird about this in any way?
I mean, I feel weird about this whole place.
Yeah, but like how you felt weird about that thing we couldn't go near before because it
No,
was
not like
ripped
that.
apart or whatever.
No.
Okay. Just checking, it's like a good check to do.
How's the ambivalent octopus looking?
An octopus shrugs.
Ambivalent.
Not fucking bothered.
Friend,
Yes.
should I put my face in it?
So you say yes, I'll squish you. I won't. I'm sorry.
Should? No. Are likely to? I don't know.
Oh, you know me so well. Should you put your face in it?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that's a thing. I just don't think that's where faces go, my darling.
Marjorie. Marjorie, will you put your face in it and I'll look through your face? Eyes, specifically.
Okay. Marjorie sort of seems to go along with this.
I'm sorry if this kills you.
It's a good question. Let's kill them. You.
The coin came out the other side, didn't it?
The coin came out the other side.
This isn't like a disintegration thing.
The coin came out the other side.
Too fucking late if it is.
Marjorie, you focus for a moment. You see through Marjorie's eyes. Marjorie takes flight. You see yourself from the outside, which is always weird. Marjorie flies into the black. There's a moment where you blink and your eyes are back on yourself again.
Uh-oh.
Marjorie flies back round and lands on the...
Marjorie, you're not dead. I'm really glad. I'm sorry for sending you in there. Was it alright? Well, Marjorie's fine, but I lost my connection.
Weird.
I don't think magic works in there, really.
Oh.
Or if it does, it doesn't affect anything outside it.
Like a wall.
Oh.
Like, because the light didn't come through, and I couldn't see the magic. And Marjorie didn't just die from being in
the
there.
light
but...
worked behind
Was
it.
it?
Yeah.
Wait, is it a sanctum?
Well, it could be a different kind of sanctum.
It feels like I think that's a good comparison, even if
Yeah.
it's not like a normal sanctum like we're used to.
Well, if it's like a sanctum, you can cross the threshold of a sanctum almost imperceptibly, but if you have certain magical effects up, they become nullified as soon as you do, right?
Yeah.
Is that what this is like?
Maybe. Should I try and make some magic inside it?
That'd be interesting.
I'll try
I'm
and
not
make...
sure that...
Oh, is that a bad thought?
No, I'm just looking at this from what we've seen, and it's sort of like... It's like a sail.
Yeah.
Like, we can see either side of it, but you can't really go inside a sail.
You can't be in a curtain. Yeah.
Except
Yeah.
it's not physical, because Marjorie can go into it.
Yeah, but it's real
Marjorie can
flat, is
go
the point I'm making.
Through it,
Marjorie can go through it.
like it's a piece of paper.
Yeah.
There's no in it.
But if I tried to make, like, a sound that came from the centre of it, I wonder if sound would come out, because light doesn't.
I don't know. I guess it would depend on how well you targeted it. I mean, like, if it's as thin as a sail, you'd be trying to make it come from inside something with the thickness of
What
cloth.
if we did like...
Yeah, I could do that.
Give it a try.
Just as, like, I'm up within range, so I'll try and make the noise of a chicken inside it.
Roll an Arcana check for precise position.
That's not terrible. That is an 18.
Okay. You hear slightly muffled the sound of...
Steve?
Okay. Oh, Steve.
We're hardly near yet.
Yeah,
Probably evil.
I was looking forward to chicken dinner. Oh wait, no, we can just get Squintworth to make one.
I'm sure he's got chicken.
Oh, Steve. But yeah, it looks like sound comes out of it, even if light doesn't.
Alright, that's interesting.
What about taste? I want to lick it. Can I? No.
I can't lick it.
What even would you be expecting?
The taste of darkness.
What does darkness taste like?
Coffee.
Oh, yes, it does. You're correct. Coffee.
I was
Also like
rather more
black
thinking...
licorice.
Maybe this is why we can't see up, though.
Oh, you think there's something
Oh,
blocking
fuck.
it?
Well, I mean, like
Yes,
these...
that's a good
We
idea.
don't know how big this veil is, or how many there are.
Ugh, that's so annoying.
No, but you've made an excellent point there.
How far up and down does this go?
You don't know. You can only chart it as far out as you can make a dancing light go. And it goes beyond that in both directions.
What if this is a wall?
Yeah.
What if it's got walls and there's something else behind there?
I mean, we've been going to like different places. Maybe they're like in their own little walled bubbles, and we've kind of smashed through them with our thingies. Because it's like big old chunks of metal have smashed a lot of shit. Did they smash through their magical walls?
I don't know what's behind it, like real bad.
I mean,
I would guess what's behind it is Victory gestures to the path and the
yeah, we're
distant
going
blinking
through
light.
it effectively.
I don't know.
I mean, there's one, and the path goes along, like basically off to one side of
Does
it.
it?
So, like, it's more
Doesn't
like.
cross over. It's not that we put a hole through it; it's that we're walking alongside it.
Well, I mean, like, we might be going through a hole in it. I don't know.
Oh. We should keep an eye out on both sides of the path
Yeah,
and up.
it's.
And up, yes.
Yeah, I guess we'll just keep.
Fortunately, I've got enough eyes to spare.
Yeah, you do
It's
actually.
true.
You can look at all of them except down, which has got path in the way.
Although actually you can, because
There's
this
a
path
gap,
is there
there's
in our
holes.
gaps.
Corzin's got
I've got
eyes on
eyes
his
and soles on my
balls,
feet.
so he can look at whatever the fuck he wants.
You just have to make sure you put your feet where there's holes
A nice
a little
wide
bit.
stance, that's what we want.
Could I, in theory, actually walk along this this rope bridge in such a way that the eyes and the soles of my feet could see through the gaps?
Yes, and indeed you have. It's kind of been like walking.
On his bum
It's been a little
holes.
bit like walking past like a hedge,
Oh, it
like
must
so
be
you can
horrible.
see glimpses through it.
Oh god, what is wrong with you? Just in case any stowaways did not hear this, because I think they should. Robbie said in a sing-song voice, "Does he have eyes on his bumhole?" And then, in quick succession afterwards, pooing must be horrible.
Oh.
And now they are laughing insensibly.
I mean, any toilet activities are going to be weird with that amount of eyes.
Less the eyes of the Argo and more the eyes of the Arsco.
Oh no!
Well done, that was rubbish. I really enjoyed it. This is why you still listen to us after 160 episodes.
This is the high
This
quality
is the heart of the podcast.
D&D content.
We love you all. Thank you so much for being
Deserves
here.
I
listening.
can't believe you still listen to our shit. You're our favourite.
Moving forwards, you
Never stay here forever talking about arseholes. I'm sorry, carry on.
yes, you are able to peer downwards. You get this. You develop after a bit of discussion and examination. You do get the sense that you've exhausted the information you can gather about this effect. So you proceed onwards. The distant light, now steady, you can see grow from a little blink in the distance, grows and grows until you realise that dropped something.
Threw the Kraken's eye on the floor.
Right. Until you realise that it's a hole through which you can see and hear
All
the.
through which you can see. Oh no. I'm sorry, continue.
It's a hole through which you can see. You can see a steady orange light, and hear the cacophonous sound of banging metal, including the now sort of bone shaking sort of dum, dum, dum of the rhythmic hammer. Where the path stretches into, you can see it seems to have broken a hole in a series of panelled steel walls that, now that you get to the edge of it, you can see stretch out in either direction beyond the limit of your sight, but are illuminated at this point, at this breach. And beyond it there is, in a state of some disarray, although it appears to, partial disarray, it appears to have been somewhat cleared up, somewhere between an armory and a massive tool, tool shed.
Oh, we never identified that sword we stole.
You have...
No.
Indeed, you have not. A little bit too intensity down. So, you... there we go. Somewhere between an armory and a massive tool shed. Racks upon racks and shelves upon shelves of iron and steel tools and equipment are arrayed in place. Although it appears that several of these shelves came crashing down and were shattered by the arrival of, presumably, the totem. It is not immediately clear. There is not as much of a clear path of destruction to where it is, because everything has come down and smashed and been shattered around and clanged everywhere. And presumably some of it was pulled back through the gap to create the bridge. However, the bridge itself is hidden behind enough fallen pieces of steelwork that it is not immediately apparent. You are able to, and it does take a little bit of effort to clamber up and out. From here, from this sort of nestled vantage point, you catch sight beyond the many racks of what appears to be an enormous steelworks. There are multiple tiers of huge pieces of machinery, including many giant hammers turning on wheels in a similar manner to Corzin, you once passed a steelworks by a river. It was chained up to the water wheel, had a mill pond, and it powered a trip hammer the size of a horse.
Oh wow! Okay.
These did exist in the 1700s. There was one in Sheffield.
Of course there was.
I'm sorry, this is a dumb question. Trip hammer.
So a trip
Difference
hammer.
between hammer and trip hammer. What is different?
A trip hammer is basically a giant hammer that's rigged up to machinery, so that when the water wheel turns the wheel, it moves the arm around, so that it lifts up so that it slowly lifts it up, and then it releases it so that the weight comes down and hammers.
It's actually not far off what I was picturing.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I just didn't actually know, so I thought.
Yeah, and it just does, and it does this very reliably with enormous quantities of force.
Cool. Fun.
Yeah, it's a great way of hammering things out. Classically, a lot of steelworks and so on, which could be done near a pond and had a mill pond and the machinery would take advantage of that and use a water wheel to power a trip hammer. Because, blacksmith in the forge, all good and well, but if you can take advantage of reliable water power, save yourself a lot of hassle. Yeah. Get a lot of work done quickly. This very much seems to be the same principle, although you can't see any supplies of water per se. The trip hammers, which themselves appear to be made of steel or iron. Interestingly, again, an apparent absence of wood. The arms of the hammers are made of steel girders with almost like ladder-like shapes to conserve on metal and reduce weight. And it's only the heads that are the heaviest parts. Seem to rotate around on huge gears, very appropriately given your lack of clockwork, before slamming down, gaining their power from some unseen force. You can't see it, but you can hear what is presumably an even greater one of these somewhere, because it sends shocks through the gantries of this foundry.
Are they in time?
They are. Yeah, actually, they're all in time. So that they're not all in perfect time. Some are going at different rates. Some are hammering faster than others. But there is a unifying beat to them. So for every thrum of the huge hammer, some of the larger ones will hit twice, or 3 times for every 2 hits. There is. Yeah, so there is there are small hammers that are like on other ones that are the same rhythm but just smaller in scale, and yeah, this all seems to be slaved to some sort of central mechanism. And speaking of the mechanisms and the labor being done here, you also spot figures, humanoid figures. Moving different pieces of metal through the hammers, and what appear to be just rivers. There's almost like a river of molten metal that you can see from above in places because of the way that the chute it's coming through glows, and from where it pours into crucibles and buckets from place to place. I just want you to think like the Sheffield Steelworks at the height of their industry through the lens of hell.
Okay. Yeah.
And I do mean the lens of hell because because while you
I really
do
want to be mean about
distinctly
Sheffield now. I have nothing against Sheffield.
through
so
the
I
lens
won't.
of hell,
There we go. Let's move on.
and you do see humanoid figures that you recognize. What appear to be, you think you see a handful of dwarves and what appears to be some goblins, some hobgoblins, but you also spot figures that look closer to Scamp or Victory in appearance, horned. Some with, as far as you can tell, with wings.
Cool.
In sort of workman's overalls, moving between the enormous steelworks. Thus far, no one has spotted you.
Now's a good time to be quiet and stealthy.
Yes.
Agreed.
Let's have a look and see if we can
Luckily,
figure
I'm
out.
really good at being stealthy.
We should try and find out where our thing's gone.
Okay, how do you want to do that?
I mean, talking to people didn't go very well last
No,
time.
it didn't. Oh, I could do the comprehend the language one. In advance.
Yes, do that.
I mean, they won't be able to understand me.
No, but at least
Well, at
you'll
least
have
we'll
a
have-
fucking sense.
Right, let's try some
It'll be
quiet
one
for 10
better than we
minutes.
were for that first 10 minutes last time.
Let's go back a bit out the way. Have 10 minutes of doing that, and then we'll have maybe look for signs of where the thing went.
Yeah, if you're going to do anything loud, do it in time with one of the hammering.
I mean, it's not going
Things.
to be hugely loud.
Okay. I will say, for the sake of time, you spend 10 minutes casting the spell, scratching your colouring book, while the rest of you hide out, watching the proceedings. It does appear that this is some sort of industrial metalworks.
What do they appear to be making?
All sorts of things. It's an odd one in that the steelworks, for all its mammoth size and capability, appears to be running at a fraction of its capacity. Far more of these forges and these smithies are empty than are occupied. But the demonic sort of looking figures are scattered around and do move in all sorts of directions, because it appears that whatever capacity this foundry was originally built for, sometimes you don't always need the giant hammers. Sometimes you need like the small stuff, and it's actually inconveniently. It appears to be slightly inconveniently located for a variety of things. It's different tool stations are located on different levels, so there is much use of buckets on chains being used to lower and raise each other on pulleys, of the winged figures like flying between gantries. You see some goblins loading tools into what's basically a mine cart, like on rails, and then sort of using a hand wheel to push themselves along, or pulling themselves along a chain to get to different places.
Is there anything you're seeing that I'm not? Like, have we got spirits here? Because last time
That's a good point.
we have all these like angel-y people, and now we've got all these horny people.
That's a good point.
We've got this hellish people.
There
Phrasing.
do appear to be a small handful of spirits. They are rudimentary and animalistic in the manner you've come to expect from Calcinea, regular, and they are much fewer than you would see in Calcinea. You spot a total of 5 of these in the whole time you're in this foundry, and they don't seem any more interested in you than in anyone else. They flutter around activity.
Like little ones, yeah.
Yeah.
There's not many, there's a few.
Yeah, can I see anyone who was... Sorry, go on.
No, they're peering from a distance. I will say that some of the figures, especially those with wings, the horn figures, especially those with wings, do stand out in a similar way to the Davers and to Poppy, to the pair of you in terms of spirit sight.
Okay, good to know.
Are
they
Scamp
reacting to the spirits?
Sorry, say that again, Corzin?
Are they reacting to the spirits? Is anyone down there reacting to the spirits like they can see them?
The one of the horned winged figures that stands out sort of like glances up, like vaguely flits one away, but the rest don't seem to notice them.
Are any of them within 60 feet of me currently?
Oh, no. Right now, you are like a good 100 feet from the nearest people.
Okay, cool.
You are like hunkering down and watching. You'll need to get closer.
Good to know. Just... I had a thought.
This place is huge.
Yeah.
So, 10 minutes in though, you finish casting Comprehend Languages.
Correct. How are we gonna find what we're looking for? Like, how big do we think this place is? Have we got a similar problem to the other one being a massive city?
Well, before we just followed the path of destruction.
Looking around, there is definitely a path of destruction here. It's just not as obvious a path. When this totem came through, it clearly knocked over many of the shelves. There is just like... What you are basically hiding behind is just like a pile of tools. All knocked higgledy-piggledy. And you can see where someone has, at some point, started to put them back on the shelves again. But obviously that person is not doing that job right now, because you can't see them.
So I guess we just try and follow it.
Yes, we do.
Stealthily.
Yeah.
Let's try
Very
stealth
quietly,
first.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is... Let's do this as a skill challenge. Who wants to take... So your first objective is moving quietly. I'd like one of you to take the lead on stealth, please.
I mean, who's the best?
Probably me.
What,
Oh, well, actually, well, thinking about it,
I mean, do we get advantage for one person doing it, or?
I don't
I
make
will
noise.
take-
You don't get seen.
Yeah, I will
I
take...
get advantage anyway,
No comment.
and I've got a +7.
Okay, yeah. No, you should go.
Okay.
Cool.
You focus... So, Scamp, roll away.
Oh, it's 26.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
You focus on moving your way through the piles of broken tools
Stealth.
and metalwork.
Stealth.
Trying not to disturb the piles. There is one moment where you step your foot and you feel the distant clink, 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 clink of a lot of small tools starting to shift, but it doesn't cause a tool slide. You are able to guide the others up towards one of the gantries to get a better look. But as you are focusing on this, you still need to figure out where to go. There are multiple points where the wreckage seems to scatter in different directions. One of these may well reflect the shattering of the point at which the totem burst through. The others may simply be a result of the general collapse of the shelves here. Who would like to try and figure out which path is the one that leads the way you want to go, and how would you like to do it?
Would it be possible for me to track it in the same way as I might track the prints of an animal, or
Yeah,
do we know we know what shape these are, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
You know the size, you know the shape. I'd like you to make a survival check, please.
Can I give him inspiration?
Survival.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, you can.
Oh, it's D12, isn't it?
Yep.
Got it. Okay. Rolling survival. Going to add that inspiration. I mean, it's not terrible, but
Yeah, we could do it at being good, couldn't we?
yeah. Okay, that is a. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. That is 23.
Okay. Looking at the spray of the different tools, you pick out 2 or 3 possibilities and realize that does just look like these are 2 bunched together. These in terms of how they've fallen. That one you can still see part of the shelving, and there you spot one path which seems to show more of a spread of things scattered, and tellingly a dent in another of the shelves up ahead. Gesturing to Scamp which way to follow, the 4 of you clamber up onto the high shelves of this sort of gallery in which you find yourselves, and begin creeping along. The shelves are labyrinthine in their arrangement, but keeping an eye out, your many eyes out, studying for more signs, you begin to plot a path which leads to a basically like a huge metal plate with a massive dent in it. The dent is unoccupied, but you do see one of these demonic figures, as well as a trio of dwarves, looking up at it, kind of scratching their head on this one. At a distance, you are able to hear them talk. You hear them talking in what sounds sort of like Haldanic. Your Scamp, you are able to translate the meaning through your ears. We're gonna have to hammer that back. Fuck off. We are. We're just gonna have to unrivet it, bring it up to Big Bertha, and just get them to and hammer it straight. It's the only way. What about? Do you see what did this? Another of the doors looks over. Well, I saw it happen, but Olon's the lucky bastard who managed to pry it out there, out in time. Well, go on. What was it? It's basically like this weird, like, bone triangle pyramid thing. What? Oh, you're telling me that a big piece of bone came and put a 5-foot deep dent in a giant steel plate? Oh, we're going at some speed, won't it? Anyway, Olon managed to get it down there first, pry the bastard out, and I've taken it off to the bazaar to sell it. Fucker! How much do you think that's worth? Probably worth a fair portion of the rest of his contract if he can hawk it off to the right person. That's the sort of thing that will be of interest to the broker. You reckon? Yeah! Weird? Doesn't make any sense being here? Exactly his cup of tea. All right, says the demon. Stop gawking around. You start unbolting that, you start unbolting that. We better get it up to Big Bertha and put it back in place.
Oh dear.
We have problems.
We need to find I translate all that, but we need to find the bazaar, and also I feel like people are probably here because they made bad deals, and I think we might be very good at bad deals.
Yeah.
We should be super careful here.
We should.
Right, good to know.
Okay.
I'm getting like hag energy. I don't think it's hags, but a similar sort of thing.
Hang on, that's a point. I am gonna put my hand to the ground and cast Primeval Awareness. See what I
Okay.
get.
Good idea.
Yeah.
You feel a pulse in time with the clang of presumably Big Bertha somewhere. And you... Okay, so you get, as ever, the piccolo trill of Marjorie. What are your other options here? You are far...
Fey, fiends, undead.
You are far enough away from Squinty, then. You do not sense the chill gong of undeath. However, the air is rich with the brimstone spice scent of fiends.
Yeah, I figured.
Did we do it in the other place? Did you do Primeval Awareness in the last one?
I believe I did, and yeah, it was Celestials,
So we've
unsurprisingly.
had one that was full of undead, had one full of Celestials, and we've got one that's now...
Demons.
What were the other things you can sense? The other
Fey,
Fey.
fiends, undead, Celestials, dragons, the Kraken.
Oh, no.
Oh, we've got 2 options left as places to go.
Oh, and as usual, you do feel the roaring sea sense of...
Yeah.
I figured I would, yeah.
So, Fae and dragons are the ones we've not come across here yet. Right.
Just double check, that's... Oh, aberrations.
Oh, and
as well.
aberrations. What
Aberrations,
lovely
elementals,
options.
Fey, fiends, and undead.
Elementals as well, yeah. Okay.
Fun fact, we are this whole set of dungeons is me working through the backlog of the Patreon list.
Loving it. That is
Ooh,
elegant as fuck.
I thought.
Yes.
I don't know if this is stereotyping, and I'm sorry if it is, but do you think they speak Infernal?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
I
That's
was
a
wondering,
try,
so, but I
anyway.
guess you two can, right?
I'll speak something, yeah, I think.
I mean, yeah, I learned a bit of the old tongue from Mum.
You learnt it! How do I just know it? Oh well.
I mean,
Well, usually how languages work, is it?
it's pretty easy to pick up, like it comes naturally, so, but...
Yeah, but where? From? Because I didn't hear it, did I?
They have a point.
How long have you been able to understand it?
I don't know.
Do you remember when the first time you heard it was?
Well, when was it? I mean, you were there, I think.
Oh, was it Only Death Beyond? Was that one?
Was that the first one? Maybe.
I don't know.
Well, that was it written, but...
But, like, when would I have come across it otherwise?
Not in Scarrel's Cove, darling.
No, I didn't even see a tiefling there.
No. You
Except,
didn't know
like,
there were
in the
other ones,
mirror,
did
but
you?
I didn't know what that was either, so...
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like, it's always made sense to me. Like, it was like Mum said I picked it up real early.
But I guess, like, you don't really know when you learn a language because you learn it before you're
Yeah.
really
Well, yeah,
conscious
like,
of
I don't-
learning it. It's
I
like,
don't remember
Yeah.
learning Elvish.
no.
I remember learning Jovan, because that was later.
Yeah.
But I don't remember learning Elvish, so if
So
you
maybe
learnt it in
you
that way-
didn't learn it.
But maybe you learnt it like you learn your first language. Maybe you were, bilingual.
You learn it
learnt
like
at
how
the same
you
time
learn
as
when you're
Jovan.
speaking.
But Jovan's your first language, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought so.
Or maybe you just knew it. Because no one taught me, and there's no way I could have learnt it.
Huh.
Without just it being there.
We should ask Celestia if she taught you it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And would she know if she was trying to teach you? Would it just look like you were picking
Like,
it
wow,
up
you're
really
really
fast?
good at that. Amazing. Yeah.
I mean, Mum always said it was the old tongue. Like, it's the family one is how we used to talk in the old country. Said it dated
Right.
back to back to the roots of the family.
What in Midmere?
Yeah, and like back to the roots of our lineage of tieflings.
Interesting.
Before, we kept it from before Jovan.
So maybe it is just innate. That's a fun word.
Interesting.
I suppose I could ask, like, Wisdom and everyone.
Yeah.
Worth asking the question, actually, because I honestly don't know.
We shouldn't hang around
Yeah,
here.
we're just standing
We
here.
should find
we
the
are
bazaar.
basically just hiding above some people trying to undo a metal plate.
I know, I feel bad about that, but that's more than
Good
mending's going to be. I don't have the time. Let's go find the bazaar.
Yeah, we need
Yep.
to get this thing before they sell it to someone.
Right.
And make no deals with anyone. Don't ask for anything, don't accept anything. Because we don't know how it works, and if there are people here who are indentured and that's why they're here, let's find out what the rules are before we fuck it up.
Yes.
No, very good point, very good point. Right, let's see if we can find a way out of here then, shall we?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's look for any signs of a bazaar. How
And
does one
indeed,
find one?
For the third part of this, that leaves, I believe that leaves Celestia. What approach would you like to take to trying to figure out where to go next?
I feel like there are quite a lot of people here, aren't there?
Yeah, they're a bit spread out, but there are people.
If a totem had just rocketed through the air, there would be people hanging about near the wreckage talking about it.
I mean, that appears to be these people.
Yeah, but like, if we're trying to figure out how to follow it,
Mm.
there are like groups of people, like by each bit that it's broken.
More
Because
now
like,
going...
if stuff was already broken, there wouldn't be people talking about it, would there?
But we're more looking for now not where it's broken because it's landed and it's been taken to the bazaar, so it's how do we find the bazaar from here?
Yeah, like if we can find where it landed, that's one thing, but
Which is,
yeah, we need to know where it's been taken.
I mean,
like groupings of people might be a good shout. Like, is there a...
Yeah.
is there anyone? Are there any groups of people gathered round an interesting thing, legitimately?
Yeah.
Like,
No, fair.
if there's a new thing at the bazaar that people are selling, like, are there people looking at the new thing?
Give me an insight check, please.
Good insight.
Oh.
Only one. Oh no.
Okay. You.
That's very nice shoes, but.
All right. You move up into position, and as you think you do actually see a cluster of people hurriedly conversing over something. It's a fair bit away, and you can, and it goes past this sort of huge sort of pillar around which various machines are busy hammering or preparing steel, or indeed it seems like doing something to do with sifting or out the different types of molten metal in them. There's a and it's hard to hear of the clanging. You get closer and closer, creeping by these enormous sort of like buckets suspended on like tall posts. Down below, you can see a sort of belt conveying, if you will, molds into which metal is due to be poured. You creep closer and closer, and there. Wait, you think you can hear them? They're talking hurriedly about something gaining their interest, and it's as you get close enough. I'm gonna roll. Can you roll a D4 for me, please?
In theory, I can. 1.
They're actually, you can see it's 2 dwarves, 2, you think, tieflings, hurriedly gathered, talking in Jovan.
Ooh.
And when you get close enough to hear them over the horrendous clanging, you go, 4, go fish. Oh, fuck off. I've got a 5. So we've got a 5. You realise that they're playing cards. At which point you hear sound as the enormous vat of molten metal next to you begins swinging into place to pour. I need a dex save from everyone, please.
Oh, yeah, that's a bad one.
13.
13.
More than that, I've forgotten my dex. That is 20. Dirty.
Nice.
Okay.
Forget I've got my dex save.
Okay, well, that is a good note from good for Celestia and for Victory, both who got above a 15 on that particular save.
I should have typed it. Oh well.
The rest of you, however, with Scamp and Corzin, both of you managed to jump out of the way to avoid being caught in a deluge of molten metal, but a spray of it does catch you on the arms. And Scamp, you're resistant to fire, so you take 12 points of damage. Corzin, you take 25 from the burning metal before you're able to get it off you.
Oh dear.
Just pry it off you with a knife. It does leave there is a sizzling and a sharp smell of flesh and burning hair.
Oh, do you want that healing, darling?
I should probably just dress this. I'm going to use a dose from my healer's kit because I've got a load of those.
Sort of wrap it up and bind it to recover 1d6 points of hit down. Yeah. I rolled that arbitrarily. You can roll that yourself. I don't know why I did.
Okay.
Points of damage.
Just 1d6.
Yep.
Right. Cool.
Which sort of covers over the next minute or so.
Yep.
It appears that was a dud. However, one of them does pick up, does stand up, and brushes his jumpsuit off, and you go, "Fine, I lose. Fine, I lose. What do you all want?" And they start going, Dodo sandwich. Yeah, same for me. As someone else goes, just get me something strong. Right. And the dwarf turns round and hops into one of these metal, basically like metal buckets, and hooks it up to a chain that's turning round on these gears and starts being conveyed upwards in the direction of the upper gantries.
We should do that.
Also, there's some people that speak Jove, and do we want to talk to anyone?
That's encouraging.
Or charm anyone?
I think
anything
we
like
want
that.
to avoid getting too much at this point. I don't know if we can follow the person who seems to be going somewhere that'll either be the market or it's just there'll be food there. That might be better.
There's food there. It's likely to be the market, isn't it?
Yeah.
Should we try it?
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
let's follow for now
Get in a bucket.
before we lose them. In a bucket!
You're going to try and scramble after them in a bucket. So the roll... I think I need everyone to roll a luck check, please.
I will tides
Okay.
this.
3.
Natural 20.
11.
Honestly, natural 20, you scramble out.
They overshadowed the 3.
Yeah, trying to
I've
find...
rolled so many threes.
Celestia,
tonight.
you find a bucket that's a bit shallow, and maybe take one of you next to a chain. The chain is not moving. Corzin, you find one on a pulley that you think you need to manually pull up. And just in time, Scamp, you spot one coming down on the same chain that is the same sort of ratchet chain arrangement that is bringing up the dwarf heading up to get lunch, that is being propelled by these same distant forces. It's just big enough to fit all of you. As you scramble in, you huddle down and wait, and basically just hide and wait as the chain brings the bucket swinging, creaking perilously over the chutes of molten metal, the many grinding gears, the hammering of hammers all around you. But the pulley does carry you up at a diagonal at first, and then as it hits another set of gears, directly up and up and up. Peering over the edge, you get a gorgeous view of the full extent of this steelworks, including a single hammer the size of a house, Big Bertha, with perfect rhythm, beating enormous pieces of metal. Or at least able to beat enormous pieces of metal. It seems that beyond the giant steel plate that they're trying to rivet into position now, whatever's going on, there just isn't that much of a demand for iron skin sized pieces of metal, of iron, here yet.
I was going to ask, does this look like it could be a foundry for something ship-sized?
Oh yeah, you could, if you wanted to make a fleet of those iron skins you saw, this would be the place to get the metalwork done for it. It is sweltering as well.
Yeah.
The chain,
Filing that one away.
the chain on the bucket carries you up, and away towards. Interestingly, despite heat rising, it feels at points almost slightly cooler climbs, as something up ahead provides an actual draft. And as you clamber, as the bucket eventually reaches a lip, and you see up above the dwarf hop out of his bucket, and you pass up to the same ledge and step out, you come face to face with the broken bazaar. That is a description for after these, no doubt important, messages.
Voidsmiths, for all your metallurgical and foundry-based needs. No anvil too big, no hammer too small. Whatever the project, our team of tireless technicians can build anything, any size to your exact specifications. Need a new blast furnace for your forge? A set of bed warming pans? Or a 200-foot battleship with impenetrable armor? Come on down to Voidsmiths and let's hammer out a deal.
And welcome back. As the essentially huge steel bucket completes its ascent up the sort of pulley system / conveyor belt, you are able to hop out of it and onto a ledge, clambering up and through a narrow passageway that opens up into the broken bazaar. It is definitely a market. It has the vibe of a marketplace to it. You can hear the clattering of people moving around. You can hear the bickering of individual people bartering about various goods that are to wear, available for wear. Various wares that are available for sale. But the context beyond this is a little less familiar. It is, for want of a better term, a shanty town built, stretched across an endless black void. Walkways span between different clusters of buildings, but which perhaps might hint at more hidden worlds beyond. And the buildings are constructed from all manner of different materials. Where you peer out from, you can see gantries have been built of steel and hammered iron, anchored to a walkway of planks of iron plates, not entirely unlike the one that you crossed to get here, that seems to stretch into the centre of the bazaar. But structural supports seem to stretch out from this point. It's hard to see if there's any bottom that it's anchored to beyond this. Instead, the whole buildings are supported on these struts, almost like birds' nests of steel and semi-corroded iron. And here, though not so much within the steelworks, the iron does corrode in places, as you can smell a salt tang in the air. Between the different walkways, you catch sight of other materials, what seems to be planks of wood, rich hardwoods of different types, some of which you recognise, oak, ash, others less familiar. Some with one with a deep sort of reddish hue. Others have the look more of old planks repurposed. You can see in one quarter of the market what seems to be everything is lashed together with ropes braided from what looks to be kelp or seaweed. Ooh. And there is a whole stall resting on what appears to be a gigantic clamshell, anchored in place with steel stakes and lashed to the surrounding buildings. Everything seems to be just tied to everything else here. And on that clamshell, by the way, there is a figure that might best be described as a tiefling if you crossed a tiefling with a mermaid. selling what appears to be rolls of fish on beds of seaweed.
That's cool.
You can see there are other sections too, including a whole, almost like a hive of buildings built out of what looks to be roughly hewn black stone. Not dissimilar in initial appearance to basalt, but with some differences that you're not quite sure what they are. And and here and there you spot signs of cloudstone pillars or beautifully worked silver and gold out of place amongst the different shanty elements. And of course, there are the people, hundreds, perhaps over 1,000 different figures. Humanoid, there are humans, goblins, hobgoblins, handful of dwarves, many tieflings, and a small handful of these more ostensibly demonic-looking figures. They seem to be engaged in the business of trade, and in this strange and lucrative hive of scum and villainy, there is almost anything you can imagine available for sale somewhere, possibly out of someone's coat pockets. There doesn't necessarily appear to be any illicit trades, but on the other hand, there doesn't seem to be any obvious central authority you can see either. There is no city planning to this market. Everything is built out of scraps or mismatched materials, and it looks to have been built in a if you can build it and keep it, it's yours sort of approach.
Good approach.
That's fun. I have a question. So you said, I'm literally trying to picture in my head if there is a visible way this thing stays up or if it's completely just floating in the void. So is there supports that go down and disappear into the dark? Is it attached to things outwards? How does it work?
Give me an investigation check, or architecture. Technically, it could be a nature check as well.
Absolutely not.
I think Corzin would be interested in that as well.
Yeah, if you want to make a nature check, do.
I mean, I would, but I don't think I'd really have any way of knowing.
That's a whole 9.
A whole 1?
Oh, wow, snap! 9.
Wow.
Aren't we good at
It
things?
stays up by magic.
As far as you can tell, it is literally staying up by magic. There are you peering over the edge where you can. This is a wide expanse. There's. I want you to. I like this. This whole thing takes up the space that a busy market, central market in a city would take up. So the space of a wide, kind of, if you imagine something a bit larger than Trafalgar Square in size, but with a real lack of, with really dangerous drop falls. And inconsistent safety rails. There are safety rails, but it's kind of been at the behest of whoever built the walkway as to whether they bothered.
Right.
And there are clearly some places where rails existed, something fell through them, and they have been repaired or not repaired to varying degrees of skill.
Given the people who you described were here, I am imagining that even where there are safety rails, Corzin would happily fit straight underneath them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In some sections, there are actually somewhere they're quite short because there are a number of goblins
Okay, fair.
of a similar height. There are no deep running pillars. As you do see, there are some roads or walkways wider than others. But it's hard to make out their exact path. All you do see, though, is that the steel walkway that you are coming in through leads towards a central marquee, for want of a better word, formed of at one point of rich red cloth and then patched over at various points over however long this has been.
So, was there a specific person we were looking for? Do we have a name? I don't think we did.
Did they say who found it? Someone found it and took it to sell.
Yeah.
Took it to where? I took it to sell, but do we have a name? I can't remember.
I didn't write the name down.
The something? Was it one of those?
All you know is that they took it to. If you didn't write it down, I don't think I have that for you. But you do know that they took that they found the pylon. And they took it, the totem, and they took it to the bazaar, and were planning to. It felt like it was valuable enough for them to barter their way out of their debt with it.
Okay.
So.
Well.
So we just need to have a look for it, basically.
Yeah. But we definitely can't afford it, can we?
Definitely not.
Plus, I don't think they
even know what they use for money here.
Trading with around here. What are people trading with genuinely?
That's an excellent
Does it look like coins? Is it just stuff to stuff? Is there something else going on?
Contracts of some form?
So, looking around. By the way, how you've been sneaking up to this point? I'm assuming that you're kind of lurking at the edge of the entryway.
I probably
having a look.
Yeah.
Okay. So, from what you can see without entering the bazaar. You do see some coins being exchanged here and there, of different denominations. There are some gold coins that you recognise, some silver. Interestingly, quite a few iron coins, square with a hole in the middle, as well. Others don't seem to exchange anything. They sometimes you watch as a figure looking for all the world like a handsome purple-skinned human, except for the row of spines running down his neck and back, and carefully poke. And you notice that the back that his fine clothing has been carefully tailored to allow for the spines to go through.
Incredibly impressive, if I'm honest.
Yes, it's actually quite nice. It's interesting. There's elements that remind you of the fashions, a little of the fashions at home, Celestia, but to Corzin, it looks like it almost seems reminiscent of like a Tyrian style of dress that went out of fashion 400 years ago.
Okay, right.
They're sort of very doublet and hosey.
Okay.
But you see this figure stroll up to the seafood merchant, pick out a small platter or rather, they direct a little pot-bellied figure, even shorter than you are, with tiny horns, to bring a golden platter up to the seafood merchant. Carefully pick out a few choice delicacies and present it to the noble-looking figure, who inclines his head and then marches on his way. No payment appears to be exchanged. It seems they have some sort of ongoing arrangement.
Interesting.
I'm going to observe the trading going on to see if I can see anything changing hands other than goods.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
you're all
coins sometimes.
Yeah, there's some coins, but you're seeing what's going on. All right, if you want to do this in more detail, my first question is: do you want to continue being stealthy or enter the market openly? If you want to continue being stealthy, you will need to move into the market to observe more than you can from here.
I mean, how I clicked eclectic is this market? Like, would we stand out hideously? Because it sounds like there's some quite weird types of people around
It
here.
is
and there's
yeah.
not the same thing with, like,
But
the
there's
Davis.
no elves of any form.
That is true.
You do not see any. You do not see any elves, but you do see, like, you see a couple of orcs over, sitting and talking at one point. There is different languages. You recognise some Jovan, some
People wearing
Haldanic.
cloaks and like hoods up.
Oh, there are tons
Then
of
we'll just
people
do
wearing.
that. Let's do
Yeah,
that.
let's
with
do
hoods
that.
up. This is like this is that sort of place.
Yeah, but we probably don't need to hide ourselves completely.
No, we'll just be
Hood
a
up.
bit hooded. And
Okay.
we're not going to be the centre of attention if we can avoid it.
Lol.
We can't avoid it. We're not good at avoiding it.
Okay. You go in, and we'll say then you put up your hoods and
I'm not going to be stealthy, but I'm going to put my hood up,
yeah.
if that makes sense.
You hood up and walk through. Victory does the same, following your lead. Jeffrey puts a large leaf over his head.
Good job,
Anyone else
Jeffrey.
find it disconcerting they can smell the sea but not see it?
Yeah.
Probably the fish don't know it.
That was all that
Hang on,
seaweed.
where the fuck did the fish come from?
Where did the seaweed come from?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's look, there's everything here that suggests that we're near the sea, but not the sea itself.
You are very clever, and that's a
Unless
very
the
good
sea is in the void. Is the void made of sea? Is it
If
a
I look
weird
over the edge, is
void
it just
sea?
black?
Just black as far as you can see. No breeze,
Ah,
but you
sea.
get the salt. But there is salt tang in the air.
Okay.
That is very weird.
And here, and as I say, there are points, especially as you get closer towards like the seaweed, like the seafood merchants and so on, where some of the iron does actually start to rust in a way that it hadn't.
Is there anything
Previously.
like super interesting at this market?
Okay, so
Yeah. Is there anything fun?
you move in and begin your looking around. So this begins the start of a skill challenge.
Oh no.
Excellent.
During this challenge, we're going to go with some specific rules for skill challenges that we're going to try out.
Fun.
That's always exciting.
One of you can, on each round of this challenge, one of you must take the lead. You cannot take the lead 2 rounds in a row. If you aid someone else, it uses up your action for the next round. So you can't
Right.
take the lead in the next round.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whoever
Yeah.
isn't leading
Can
or
Victory be
help
involved?
aiding.
Victory can be involved.
If not, that's okay. But yeah.
Yeah, she will take the lead if no one else can, or if she sees an opportunity where she would be better suited to.
Cool.
So, to begin with, you said you wanted to kind of look around. So, Corzin, you were saying you wanted to to get a look around at what people were buying, and the exchange of things happening. Celestia, you just wanted to look around for something more interesting. I'd
See
like.
if there's anything fun in this weird void market. Yes.
Oh, I would like to ask which of you takes the lead on this, and it'll define what you kind of get more of a sense of.
Is it looking or investigating?
Yeah.
Is it perception or investigation?
This is a. I want to hear what your approach is, how you approach this, and then I'll decide.
I think if we're looking for like particularly interesting or standout stuff, then maybe it's going to be more advantageous to look specifically for patterns of certain types of people and or what they're selling. Like, is there a lot of people selling one thing, for example, in
Are
a
you
place?
Are you asking both of us for our approach? 'Cause
Yes.
my approach is to walk around like I own the place and see what I see at various stalls and see if any of it looks interesting. Just walk around like I'm supposed to be there.
Okay. I'll let either one of you. Alright, I will say then, given what you're asking, This is an Corzin, if you lead, this will be an investigation check.
Okay.
Celestia, if you lead, this will be a persuasion check.
Oh, let's make it a persuasion check.
Yeah. Happy to go with that.
So with advantage? Or like, how does this work?
Corzin, are you assisting?
I'm assisting,
actually.
yes.
Do you
Cool.
want to assist? It's up to you, because then you can't lead next time. So
We don't know what the next one will be.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't know what the next
Yeah.
thing will be.
If you'd like to, I'll take it. But like, I'm just.
I will assist for now.
Happy.
Okay.
I will assist for now.
That is a maths. That's a maths that people can do. Hang on. 24. Nice.
You walk around. You very much walk around like you own the place, standing tall and taking the lead as the others follow. And your presence, well, it doesn't. You're not exactly causing a ruckus, but people look as you pass, and very soon various individuals approach and offer different wares.
Excellent.
So you start
I'm
to
the
get
king.
you start to get a sense of this. It's sort of it's various figures. Like you see a small goblin open their overcoat, and there's various like pieces of jewelry, like pretty necklace for a pretty elf. There's the mermaid holds up.
an elf?
Sorry, pretty necklace for a pretty pretty noble. Someone else holds up the mermaid tiefling holds up a car. Fresh fish! You catch them, we catch them, you buy 'em!
Oh, that's large.
Sorry, I had to get
Yeah,
that.
It is amazing.
Jeffrey
I love
steals
it.
a melon, and we get a magic carpet ride.
Yeah.
And then Jeffrey's turned into an elephant, and Celestia marries a princess.
And at some point, someone goes, "Still, I think he's rather tasty." At some point in there, it's about Corzin.
Yeah.
I really desperately want to ask where they catch them, but I think that would make us stand out more.
Yeah.
However, that does become apparent. A handful of the figures offering various things, which includes quite a lot of drugs and just some weapons. You pass a burly-looking dwarf with just like racks of fine-looking steel weaponry, probably from the steelworks to sail floor and cemetery, and and he kind of gestures to some of the weapons as if inviting you to inspect. You do see another come up and start. You do see a tiefling wander over and sort of start haggling, like. The Marquis is looking for a new battle axe for some of their guard. I suppose we could consider one of those over there. And tell me, is the Marquis' credit still good with the broker? The Marquis' credit, of course, is not in question. Because last I heard, the Marquis got very close to welching on an old debt. Quite the exaggeration. You know how these things are. You call in a favour from someone else. If they start getting cold feet, sometimes you need to put them through the ringer a little. Not my problem. Make me an offer. There's a swallow from the tiefling. We do have quite a variety of golden objects. Make me a serious offer. Do you know Polk, the pastry chef? I do. 4 months of labour. Exclusive. That's going a little far. Well, it's hardly a worthwhile favour if I can't be sure I'm getting the damn pastry now, is it? 4 months exclusive. Or no deal. 2 months exclusive. 2.5. And you can have this one. Gestures to one of the nicer battle axes. Agreed. My word on it. Holds out a hand, they shake, takes the steel battle axe and moves off with it.
Well, it's Polk. Maybe we should ask them what's going on.
Interesting.
I think this place
How do you give labour for other people? Who's in charge here? I mean, clearly people own each other.
or owe each other labour.
Or owe each other. But is there somebody at the top of that?
This broker.
Yeah.
Presumably.
Yeah. Are there any children here?
That's a really good question.
There are. You do in a few different types. You see children.
A few different breeds of
different-
child.
Variety
Rather,
of
I should
child.
say, in a few different locations and different places.
We have a
you
common
do
urchin.
see, you do see a handful of children that at first you assume to be basically street kids like yourself, and maybe they are, but
I'm a grown-up now, thank you very much.
or like you were. But who
Nearly.
are mostly, who now that you look at it, are delivering messages, often verbally, or making small deliveries. Some of them are being paid in coin, others, again, this seems to be some sort, they seem to have some other arrangement.
But there's no kids not working.
You don't see kids working here, but beyond one or two helping at the odd stall. But also, you don't see a lot of production of things happening here. This seems to be a place to bring things to sell.
But it's not just like kids hanging around doing nothing. They're all like
There doesn't seem to be
messengers.
every child here almost every child here you see, apart from one or two babies being carried in slings and the like, seems to be engaged in some sort of specific activity. But you do spot a handful of 3 or 4, I want to say, yes, 2 humans, 1 tiefling, 1 goblin child, hanging around near the structures of rough black stone.
Oh, another question. How are we treated? We stopped being stealthy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it seem weird that there were new people? Like, was that a shock in the same way it would have been at the other place we were at?
It doesn't seem to shock anyone that you're here.
Okay, so we might be able to ask questions without it being...
Yeah, your attention is more drawn to your pursuit, to the assumption that you are a person of means.
Okay.
With, as far as they can tell, an entourage of 3 and some interesting pets following.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeffrey.
I think I canonically left Stormy at the mansion.
Stormy is the mansion.
Stormy's at the mansion.
Yeah.
Being brought coffee by by Squinty.
Constant coffee for the cat. Oh, the cat is gonna be jittery.
Have such zoomies when we get back. Such
like
zoomies.
sparking electrical bolts everywhere.
yeah. Burn holes in the carpet.
So we should talk to this broker.
We
Or we should
Yeah.
or we should know more about this broker we maybe don't actually want to go near. Because I'm getting
Where did that person
big
who
hag
wanted
vibes.
the battle axe go? We could ask them some stuff.
They seem to be making their way towards... Okay. They're making their way around the market. This doesn't seem to be their only their only errand, but you do see them moving towards a portion of the market with a lot more made primarily out of wood. What appears to be actually very nicely constructed wood in some places. There are some portions which are almost like... I want you to kind of imagine like the... if you took bits of the architecture from Lothlorien in like the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings depictions, and then put them rising out of... We threw some planks together shantytown.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other option is we could go talk to those kids, because kids who are hanging around a market know what's going on,
That's
and they
very
know how a
true.
place works.
Yeah.
And they're
Maybe we-
also not likely to have guards. They'll get cross with us and set on us.
Maybe we ask the kids some stuff.
Yeah.
And then if we need an inn,
We
we try and
keep an
find
eye on
that
where that
person
one's.
and I'd be all rich and stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Or
point, actually.
similarly.
Yeah.
We came in through a foundry, right? Is there a set of stalls here that looks like it's specifically set up to sell whatever is being made in the foundry?
There are, which it does include the dwarfs.
Okay.
But there are other there are other stalls, some of which are just selling tools, pots, pans, and the like. There's one that's basically got racks and racks of armor of varying degrees of quality. You know when you go to like a flea market and you just get like the traders with just coat racks and coat racks full of different tightly packed coats.
Yep.
It's like that, but it's large, but it's chainmail.
Okay, right, got it.
There was something about the phrasing just now that made it sound like that's where dwarves come from, the foundry. Like, that's where baby dwarves come from. They're made in foundries.
That is where baby dwarves come from, Robbie. Obviously.
Of course.
We just found you toddling about by the
And a
forge one
daddy dwarf.
day.
Love each other very much.
They
They go to
stick
the
their hands
foundry.
in the hot iron and they pull out baby dwarf.
They forge a
There
baby.
is a noted lack that you can see of firearms.
Okay.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
keep ours hidden
Okay,
then.
yeah. Definitely keep those hidden.
I think the kids are a good idea.
That's a good shout. We could go say
Yeah.
hi.
Yes.
Let's make no deals with anyone until we understand how their system works.
I'd like to say that you don't have to say that because we'll have learned from our previous mistakes, but I think it's probably good that you did say
I'm
that. if
mostly
honest.
saying it for myself, to be honest.
Even with the small children, we don't do
Yeah.
that.
No,
Yep.
we don't know how this place works, and we do
Right, no
nothing that
deals.
can risk us being stuck here making pastry for 4 months.
Yeah. I'm not very good at making pastry.
No, I'm terrible. I made you a cake.
We made cake together.
Yeah.
It was great.
Mm.
Completely sincere.
Pastry chef was not the highest ambition I ever had.
I think it's a pretty high. It's way out of my reaches.
Me too. Right, where are the children? Let's go say some weird things to them.
Where are the children?
Eat some lunch!
You make your way towards the... Alright, you make your way towards the kids. What is your intended approach to speak to these kids?
I think we put Scamp at the front.
Yeah, I was going to sidle up.
Yeah.
Like, how old are we talking? Are we talking like 7 or like mid-teens? How? 'Cause there's a big difference.
A range between... I want to say a range between 6 to 13.
Okay.
Okay.
Just gonna sidle up. Hello.
Okay. Do you want to go... Right, take your... older kid, younger kid? Or just the group as a whole?
Is there like a clear leader?
Good question. Yes. The leader is the tiefling child, definitely. What appears to be so they are a right. When I say mahogany skinned, I mean like their skin has the actual texture of mahogany.
Like
Oh,
they're made of
interesting.
wood a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a kind of there's a woody texture to their skin. They have antlers spearing up out of their head. Their clothes are clearly second-hand, or probably third or fourth hand, but they do have a nice green sort of cape with a collar that sort of flips up in an impressive way. They give you a bit of side eye as you approach, looking over your own, because you're wearing basically your old clothes but remade by fighting. So actually, are you wearing your old clothes remade by fighting, or did you just ignore that and you're wearing?
I think I am wearing the new ones, but they're looking a little worse to wear already.
A little worse to wear already.
Because we're not exactly kind to our clothes.
No, but you do have the nice nightmare. You have the cloak, don't you? The shadow cloak. As well.
I do wear a shadow cloak.
Yeah. Is your hood up or hood down?
Hood up as we approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll. This doesn't count towards the skill challenge, but roll me. This would be a disguise check. So I guess just charisma.
I mean, I'm proficient with a disguise kit.
Yeah, roll me a disguise check then.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You see them peering as if trying to catch more catch your what you look like under the hood, but you're doing a decent job of hiding most of it. It's pretty hard to disguise the fact you have pink skin, like bright pink.
And the little hooveses.
And the hooveses, and they seem to clock this, and
I wear shorts.
Yeah, they clock this, but with it. So there's a cautiousness to their approach.
Hello.
Watcher.
I'm Scamp. I'm a little bit new in town. Is this a town?
I'm gonna wink over at them and give them inspiration.
Thank
Nice.
you.
He narrows his eyes.
Yeah, see, I've already blown
like
this, haven't I?
leaf. Then they are like proper like forest leaf green.
Oh.
Blank orbs similar to yours. His eyes. Arturo. And this is so you're new to the bazaar.
Yeah. Wondering how it works, mostly. And you seem like you know what you're doing.
His eyes flick to Victory as well. Both of you new? We're just getting our bearings, Arturo.
Yeah. This one's the brains. I'm the bro. Oh, that's not right. I'm something.
You certainly are.
Thank you. Maybe no, probably not.
So what lineage are you from? Kind of hard to see under the.
Yes, it is.
I'm not sure I am in the mood for paying for that information. So, what can we do for you, or what can you do for us?
Good question.
You want information?
Usually.
All right, let's trade for it.
Okay. How does trading work?
How does it work where you come from?
Varies. Badly, mostly. Which is why you can understand we're hesitant to organise any sort of trade without understanding the rules. Because that's not a fair trade.
Information.
Okay. What is the information that you want?
Let's do this a question for a question.
Oh, I like this
classic
game,
one.
and it's never balanced. Okay. Questions.
I want to know
Yeah.
your lineage.
Okay, so do I. answer.
Do I have? I don't have one. I don't really know what lineage I am, do I? I
You-
haven't got a clue.
Like goat.
There's a point where Victory leans in. I can answer this, should I?
I don't know. That feels like it's valuable information.
Yeah, I know. Make sure you've got a good question to ask.
Do we have a good question to ask?
I'm assuming you messaged this.
Yeah.
Stones. I mean, we need to know about the broker.
We do. Is it worth this, though? I don't understand how important this is. It could be a really big deal.
I mean, I don't fucking know, darling.
Victory looks to Arturo. We are of the line of the Goat Lord.
Oh, I did know that! Look at that! I mean, I've been saying that. I don't think I knew that. I just had a fun hat.
There's a narrowing of the eyes from Arturo. Interesting. Don't think I've heard of that one. Your question.
Ah, balls.
Anything about the broker or the totem?
Yeah.
We really need to know where the totem is.
Yeah, maybe we should just start with that. That seems like the most important.
Yeah.
Maybe we should.
But what if they can't
Corzin,
answer?
what do you think?
If they can't answer, then maybe we get another question.
I don't know. Shall I ask? I'll check that.
Make sure that doesn't count as a
Yeah,
question.
so this
They
is
sound
not
like
my
dicks.
question. This is just about how this works. What if you don't have the information? Do I get a different question?
There's a wry smile. You really shouldn't have phrased that as a question.
Well, I didn't, because that
No,
was
you
part of the
literally
thing. I
just
said the
phrased that as
thing
a
wasn't
question.
part of it. I said it wasn't part
Doesn't
of it.
matter, you just phrased
Well,
it
see, that's
as a
why we
question.
needed to establish the rules. Because I told you, this is not a fair trade.
That's what makes it a good trade. Though, in fairness, your answer was basically useless to me.
Gods, I hate these people. Should I talk to literally anyone else?
I
You
mean,
took a
yeah,
message
and where's the
to-
smallest
Ask your
child?
question again.
Ugh.
You can ask a different question. I've already forgotten what your first one was.
Yeah, it was rambly. I guess we want to know where the thing
More than
is.
anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are people doing magic here? Like,
Ooh.
even casually, is there magic happening?
So, glancing around, you know what? Give me an Arcana check.
17.
I will note that you do have inspiration.
Then let's use it. Thank you. 27.
And glancing around as you think of your question, you notice that. Oh yes. Oh yes.
I mean, there's a lot of tieflings here. We have magic.
There is
Just-
there is casual magic at use. The equivalent of, and it does indeed seem to be mostly in the hands of the tieflings that you can see. There are uses of what you usually see as thaumaturgy, but also the equivalent of prestidigitations. You see a number of these. You do see a couple of tieflings with more antlery and woody presentations, similar to Arturo, who seem to be just causing small vines and shoots to grow out of things. You see that the mermaid tiefling seems to cause water to condense in the air and fill a cup for someone. There is casual magic. Interestingly, a lot of it seems to be of that more sort of inherent magical style. You do see, with your spirit sight, those of you looking, a couple of spirits floating here about, but not many. Really not many, and they're keeping away from the edges for the most part. Drawn to thick crowds of people, but not sticking around. And of course, there are the demonic ones where they just stand out, and they definitely seem to have casual magic at their disposal. There's not hiding of magic. You do notice something else, though. When the places where there's points here where the most magic is being done, where you see tieflings casually performing small, like little cantrips and exchanging things, seem to form tight corridors, almost like little streets. And now that you look at them, those streets bend in on themselves in ways that don't quite make sense. Like there's some sort of warping, either a warping of space or some sort of illusion or glamour concealing where these streets go or where they move. There are you realize there are parts of this bazaar that are not visible at first sight.
Okay. The streets are weird over there.
Yes, we need to ask this child a question.
Yes, so we want to.
Arturo makes a show of picking his nose.
Describe the
I'm
thing.
gonna minor illusion the thing.
Yeah.
Because now I know that magic's fine to do. I can do an exact image of it. This thing, who's selling it where? Where's selling it? Where is this? That is all sort of the
Your
same question.
first question was who is selling this and where? And I will answer that because, as promised, no one is selling it. It has been sold. It was sold at the hub. Now, as for who it was sold to and for how much, that's going to cost you more than a question.
Ugh. More
Oh
than
God,
like
shall I
what?
just read this child's mind? I hate it.
I mean, I feel like that could get nasty, but also could be really helpful. I feel like they might notice you doing it.
Mind.
What's it going to cost to find out where it is now and who's got it?
Make me an offer.
Oh, I don't know what anything's worth here.
Then make me an offer.
You can have this. I just put a middle finger up. I'm sorry, it's been a long day.
Two of the other kids flip you the bird as well.
Oh, I'm so wealthy now.
And the goblin child just snickers.
What's anything worth?
What's your magic like?
Stupid. Unpredictable. That's a question. Do I get one?
You can ask a casual question. I'm not giving you the information that you want to know without something of value. What sort of magic can you do? We're negotiating. Come on.
Okay. Well, in what terms are we talking? Like the scale of the magic or the type of the magic? Because
Yes.
sometimes, because there's different types. Like some of them is illusions, or some of them are like making things. Is that what you're asking?
Making things.
I
What can you
make
make?
things. I don't know. Have you got materials? I can make materials into things.
They look. There's a hurried snapping at each other at first in infernal as Arturo goes to the others. Right, get some materials together. There's a pause. He realizes and switches tongue to Honghua.
I've got to comprehend languages
Well,
up. It lasts an hour.
So you still hear him say, "Right, get some steel. See if you can scav some steel and some of the fine wood. We might be able to get something out of this after all."
I just pass the message on, the words on to everyone else.
I mean,
Okay.
that's like not a terrible thing to trade with.
Could you make us a copy of something?
Oh, depends how complicated it is. What's the thing?
He nods over to the blacksmith dwarf stall with the fine weaponry.
Tricky. Because I'm not, like, we look at the limitations of the spell.
That is a good point.
Yeah, would you need to like nab a blacksmith to do that? Or...
Potentially.
Yeah, I think it's if it requires a specific amount of skill to make, like jewelry or weapons or something.
too high, unless I get someone to help with it, but I can do it fast.
What tools do you have proficiency with?
I mean, not officially because it's not a thing in the rule, but gunsmithing was like background.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in terms of actually just tools, it's thieves' tools and disguise kit. In terms of like mechanical.
Yeah, I was trying to think of things that. Yeah, really, like you do have some you have some metalsmithing experience, but it's gunsmithing primarily. So, forge them.
If you're selling guns.
You can make them a gun. That's a terrible thing to give a bunch of children.
In a place without guns.
With a place without guns, such a bad idea. But also, really valuable, but also a terrible thing to do. Okay, look, if you're looking for something that requires like high skill, I'll need someone to with that skill to help, but it'll be much faster, like magically fast.
How long are we talking? Are we talking like
10 minutes.
10 minutes of time. We could afford 10 minutes. They sort of turn and mutter in Goblin, it's sort of Western Haldanic to each other. They're just like, we could do 10 minutes. All right, we can't make Doran's fee even for 10 minutes. But what about one of the apprentices? Yeah, we could go. All right. Get Halvey. Get Halvey 10 minutes of her time. Get all the materials we have. Call in favors. Okay, use up the favor from the Baroness. One of the others just like properly sucks their teeth in. Arturo, are you sure? Yeah. If my truth sense is tingling, they can do it. Get me. This is our chance to profit from it.
Do you pass this on to us?
I'm passing it all.
Okay, you get a message back. Don't let them fucking shaft you here. This is worth a lot to them. They have to tell you everything we want to know in this trade.
Yeah.
Because you have something they want.
Right, what do we need to know? Let's get this hammered out now.
We need to know
where
it is, who's
has
got
it, what it was sold
how
for.
we get it.
The goblin take and so some of the others takes off. So he says, "We're gonna need 15 to 30 minutes to get everything together, and then you cast your spell."
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of questions in trade of this, because clearly it's worth it.
Put aside the question game for a moment. Tell me what you want to know.
We need to get that thing back. We need any information that will help us get it back. Who has it, what it's worth, how they got it, how trading works here, what things have value.
Any weaknesses
anyone
the person who has it has.
Yeah, and any consequences just for, taking it or stabbing someone. Or blowing shit up. Not on purpose, but sometimes it just happens.
Okay.
Because I kind of hate you, but I also kind of like you, so this is interesting.
The feeling's mutual. The feeling's mutual.
It does.
Mostly
what
glad
happens
you're
to
not
anyone
here.
who welches on deals here?
Yeah, what is the consequences? Because there's some people talking that was like, that didn't sound good.
He looks over at the endless abyss.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that'll do. What if you could fly? Is it just...
I believe they like to cut your wings off first.
Yeah, but what if you don't need wings for flying? Not everyone flies with wings.
I find if you stab someone enough times...
They stop concentrating on it, yeah. No, I've done that before.
It is rather
Been the stabbing rather than
distracting.
the stabber. I don't do much stabbing, what with not really having a weapon.
He does look at the small belt knife you have.
You get another message. Don't tell dangerous street children that you're unarmed, you fool.
I don't need weapons, though, do I?
They
really?
don't know that. I don't want to...
Do you say I don't need weapons out loud?
I do a little bit.
There's a brief, twitch of the eye from Arturo there. Alright.
I make up for the deficit.
Yeah, Corzin kind of covers the weapons.
Corzin, has visible weapons on him. We have established this.
Oh
You
yeah,
have to watch
even,
out for your firearms here, man.
Yeah, those
even
are,
without
those
the
are
firearms,
hidden,
the dual swords are
Yeah.
very visible.
Eyes in the back of your asses.
Eyes in
That's
your
the phrase.
balls.
Alright. Here's the agreement.
Yeah.
I will answer your questions about the bazaar. Whatever your questions are, to the best of my ability. I and my crew will gather as much information as we can over the next half hour to answer, to give you as comprehensive as we can get it, to the best of our ability, the information on who it was sold to, for how much, where it is now, what that will involve, how you might be able to get it back. In return, when my crew get back with Helvi and the materials, you will forge, as best as you can with Helvi's assistance, a replica of one of Master Durin's weapons.
Let's go have a little look at the weapons while you're doing that then.
Right.
Just so we're familiar. Do you want to pretend to
makes
be
sense.
interested in a weapon?
I need
Sure.
a new battle axe.
Because you're such the battle axe type.
It's much more believable that Corzin wants.
Yeah,
one,
but you
come
want
on.
one for your bodyguard.
I do. I do want one for my very small bodyguard. Yes.
Yeah.
Take a little time to browse the weaponry and take a good look.
I do
at
the
it.
like picking them up as though I know what I'm doing.
Does
I don't know what
Arturo
I'm
seem
doing.
genuine, by the way? I was meant to ask. Can I just...
Insight check.
Inside.
Oh, and he does actually ask you. Sorry, there's one last thing. Which just says, having made the offer, he says, "Do you agree to my terms?"
I want to know if this people's aren't genuine, which with a 12 I probably haven't got much of a clue.
He seems intent and careful with his wording, but eager to get you what you're offering, and he seems assured that if he can get you to agree to it, to his terms, that you'll follow through on them.
But is there anything missing? Anything notably missing? Corzin, you're better at this than me.
I mean, the one thing that I would love is any weaknesses that the person who has the thing has, but that might be covered in their general information check.
Yeah, that would be covered by that.
Well, we want as much information on the person once we find out who they are.
Yeah, that as long as that's understood.
I'll provide you a general overview best I can, and more specific than that, if I don't think of a thing, I'll answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Okay. I guess I will make a copy to the best of my ability.
Agreed. So, as
I want a little
you
bit of inspiration just in case, if that's alright.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
as you
At the time.
At the time, yeah.
Yeah, because it's half an hour and it lasts 10 minutes, so not now.
Yeah.
So, as you make your way along looking at the different weapons, there are just like all manner of different weapons. There are old style rapiers, there are battle axes, there are street swords, curved swords, axes, hammers, Achene style glaives. Like there's everything short of firearms. There are crossbows here as well. Like, if they can make it out of steel, and mostly steel, they have. And it is fucking nice work, by the way. Like, not Riptide nice, but these are
Very well crafted.
the kind of weaponry that would, in mechanical terms, count as +1, apart from not strictly being magical.
Just
Right,
being very
okay.
fine work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are masterworks.
Wow.
We're going to get the apprentice equivalent. Okay.
It's the best they can manage.
Is there anything I can do to try and, like, trigger tides going off before then?
That's a good question. It has been a little while.
Because I kind of want that advantage.
Give me a charisma check.
Oh, come on, it'd be really useful right now. Oh, there's a 22.
Okay. In which case, You may roll 2d20 and pick your preferred option. I'm going to give you
100.
sorry 2d100. We're going to go to table favorites.
Oh no. Okay. So we've got a 77 and a 9.
Okay. So
I'm just gonna like get out the way a little bit as this is happening. Just go, okay, we want to be able to make things a bit better. Let's just concentrate.
roll a d6.
That's a 6.
Okay.
Let's not get arrested before we have a chance to do
This feels like it's going to affect you
Okay.
either way. You feel like either you're going to experience you feel like like you're either going to have a shift in perception or you're going to you're potentially going to get very cold.
Okay. Does the perception feel like it's a bad thing or a detrimental thing?
It feels like a weird thing. It could be considered detrimental.
And the cold, does it feel bad or just cold?
It feels like you might get cold, and it could be embarrassing.
Oh, that doesn't seem good. That feels like I'm going to lose all my clothes. The perception one is intriguing enough that I want it.
Roll a d4.
Oh no. 3?
You sort of you try to force this resetting of your magic. As you do, you kind of put your fist together, like your face scrunches
I know
up.
something weird wants to happen. Just
And
do
you
it.
breathe in, and you sneeze
Oh
with
no.
such force that you feel yourself propelled backwards. You feel yourself propelled backwards. Everybody else sees Scamp sneeze, and then just keels
Ow,
face
fuck.
forwards towards the ground.
Oh, grab him, grab him.
Scamp, you feel yourself propelled backwards, and you have a blink as you see yourself fall straight forwards and be caught by Corzin before
well.
you can break your...
Yeah, Celestia hasn't moved in
Corzin.
time, they're just watching.
Corzin,
Yeah.
can you see me still? Corzin.
This is an excellent
Can
question. Corzin, you can in fact see what seems to be a ghostly sort of image of Scamp about 3 feet backwards.
Corzin, I did a bad thing. How do I get back in?
Okay, I'm gonna try and play this cool, like my my companion.
I will note
is,
that you can't hear Scamp.
Oh, okay, I can't hear Scamp.
You can see Scamp. You can see Scamp is talking. You have
Because-
you
right.
basically have spirit sight. You don't have spirit.
Can I try and get
audience
back
and
in?
You see Scamp step over and start like seeming
Come
to
on,
stamp
get back
on
in.
their own body,
Come,
like
come.
trying to get in.
Irrespective of that,
I'm gonna
the first thing
turn
Coulson's
them
gonna
over
try and
and
do.
put them in a good little recovery position situation.
Coulson's like gonna tap the side of his hat and message to Scamp's body, like, Scamp, I can see you, but I can't hear you.
What the hell
Just
do
to
you
see
mean
if
you
that
can
works.
see them?
You're not getting the feedback from your message stone. That's with your body. You can
Okay.
hear all of them.
Alright, I will then say to Celestia, right, I can see them, they're right by there, but they're not in their body right now.
What the fuck does that mean?
I'm going to minor illusion the words, well, fuck, or try to at least.
Only Corzin can see this. The Arturo goes, yeah. So they said their magic was unpredictable. This is a regular.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that'll be
this
fine.
happens sometimes. Don't. It's not anything to worry about.
The longest it's ever lasted is a month. It'll be fine.
Privately, I hope.
What?
Does it feel like it's going to last? Does it feel like I could do anything here?
It feels like for a small amount of time you are basically unperceivable by almost everyone. You can move through solid objects. You're actually floating rather than standing.
I'm going to go look at where the place was weird. Where the roads was weird
Okay,
with the magics. Because no one could see me.
Look, we've established that Scamp can hear us, though. We just can't hear them, right?
I mean, they seem to be reacting to what you're saying based on their
Right,
gesticulation
okay.
and their gesturing of, well, fuck.
I am going to once Scamp's body has been deposited in a recovery position, quietly go up to where Scamp's spectral entity is and say, "Please, for the love of all things sacred, don't go wandering off."
Do you go wandering off?
What did I just say?
Saying, I just think it's weird over here. I'll just take a little look.
No.
Bye, cousin.
I'm by Scamp's body saying, you know, if this was me, you'd have drawn a moustache on me by now, so that I would take this as a mark of being a better friend. I'm just like chatting to them like they're still in there.
Can Jeffrey see me?
That is, Does Jeffrey have the power to see?
I don't know, but Jeffrey's weird these days, and I
This
don't
is
know
true.
what Jeffrey can do.
As far as I'm aware, Jeffrey cannot see you, is instead just poking at your body.
Oh, no.
I draw a moustache on them.
It's alright, Jeffrey, they're just having a little lie down.
It's attracting Scamp's body's attracting a small crowd, and you do see like one of the small messenger children like edging towards, looking as if they see it, so, like looking for an opportunity, and Arturo just like vaguely kicks at them. Oi, no. Doing business with this one.
Maybe we should get them somewhere a little bit less conspicuous.
Yeah.
This shouldn't last long.
I want to go look at a little bit where the world looked weird.
Okay, roll me an investigation check, please.
Oh, no.
Yeah, while they're
Yeah,
all
like,
on the
right.
other hand, cousin, and they've just wandered off. Do we want them to not know where their body is?
That's a 7.
Okay. So while you're managing that, Scamp, you wander off in the direction of one of these curious sort of hidden alleyways. Get in, and you follow the path round, and you find yourself back at the entrance to the alleyway. And you go and you try and do it and go down like a different path between two things, and nope, you come out in a different alleyway this time, and you basically spend the next 2 minutes trying to figure out how to proceed down this little magical street with absolutely no success, even phasing through buildings. Like, it doesn't
this just
quite
seems
seem
unfair.
to work. And then suddenly you see like a silvery cord thread out from your body, connect to you, and you feel a sudden rushing as you are
yoink.
pulled back in.
I have an impulse that is beyond weird for what I've been doing, if anyone would like to
Yeah.
hear
Go
it.
on.
If Scamp being unconscious was attracting attention, I would like to try and make it look like they are conscious. You know, like in plays where you have a dead body
Yep.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you want to
Gonna
pretend
weekend
it's
at
not
Bernie's
dead.
house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. But, oh, Scamp, thank goodness you're awake.
Roll a performance check with disadvantage for the
They
puppetry.
That
did
seems-
try and get
that
back into their
seems
body.
fair.
It didn't work, so...
Well, I'm very happy that they're fine. So, yeah, that is. Why can't I do maths today? What is wrong with me?
23.
It's honestly like
Still bad.
pretty decent. It's like people like who were starting to cluster around, see you pick them up and sort of holding them in place, prodding them as if you're talking. They
Yes, thank
lose
you for your
interest and move
concern.
elsewhere.
They have funny turns sometimes. They're okay now. Aren't you?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Well, Weekend at Bernie's Kingdom, when, you know, Celestia and Corzin are of such extremely different heights.
Oh, we had like a
Yes.
whole comedy act while you were
Yeah.
flying down the alleyways.
But yes, Scamp comes to and responds as you
Immediately dropped.
Yeah.
Rude.
Sorry, you were drawing attention.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
No, weirdly, not. Like, unnerving, but yeah, well done.
You had questions.
Thank you for your patience.
It's alright.
I
we're under
suppose we're
contract.
talking now. Hello.
Yes,
Hi. Celestia Stardust. Nice to meet you.
Arturo.
But yes, questions. We're waiting for you to start.
expectantly.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, no, we can't have questions because he said that he would go and find information.
Oh, he sent his crew to find
Oh,
information.
but he said he would answer
Right.
questions
He would
about
answer
how the bazaar
questions
works.
about how the bazaar
Yeah.
works.
Okay, so who is this broker person?
Yeah, tell us about the broker.
And like, what is that whole thing? Explain this.
Do they run this place?
Okay. Officially, no. In practice, yes.
Right.
The Broken
Right, okay.
Bazaar has existed for, well, not forever, but for longer than most people can remember. It sits between, I suppose, 5 different homes. I come from one of them, the forest. Of course, there's the steelworks where Durin and the other dwarves come from, and the like. He nods vaguely in the direction of the seafood merchant, thumbs back towards the black stone buildings, and nods and sort of nods at one of the beautiful-looking sculpted columns. From what I understand, at some point it all collided together, and it was possible. And these sort of broken ways between places came into existence. Now, from what I understand, these aren't the only ways. There's others, but they're hidden. People come from different places, including presumably wherever you came from.
Yeah.
The bazaar, because of its fine position, made a good place to trade, and some old agreements were put into place by those of us from the 5 worlds, my forebears and the like, and others who were living there or who wandered in through these broken ways. As I say, the bazaar itself has existed for a long time, and, well, we gather what materials we can, but as you've gathered, favours count for a lot. Agreements. My people, my lineage, those of us from the forest, can tell when someone's lying.
That's so fucking useful.
Yes, it is.
There are so many things that we could say that aren't lies that really would just unnerve someone who can tell they're not. It's great.
So we tend to be careful with our wording. There's another lineage that has... they can't bind... Basically, they have a lot of power with curses that can track people down.
Right.
We set...
Which one's that one?
He thumbs back towards the black stone buildings. It's not a nice place. Lots of ash and the like. Fine. But you can scrape out a living there. Now,
What did you say they give us?
curses. Curses that can track you down wherever you go.
Okay, we need to not do anything to... Well, I guess annoy anyone, because they would track us.
Yeah.
People
So
tracking.
a lot of
Tracking me.
them...
Ah.
A lot of the Night Stalker lineage will hire themselves out as trackers, as bounty hunters, and the like. Sort of their whole thing. Of course, well, as I understand it, there was a war between mine and theirs long ago, or nearly was one, until they reached an agreement.
Nice.
We can tell if you're telling the truth. they can put binding curses. So, the arrangement was made that some of us would agree to be bound by curses to keep our word, if the curse binders would agree truthfully to curse themselves along the same lines, and truthfully swear that they'd done so afterwards. So, big secret, but you'll make it worthwhile. We cultivate the rumour, the idea, around these parts, that if you break your word, the curse will seek you out. It's not strictly true, but some of us can tell if you've broken your word. We can catch you out in a lie, and there's standing bounties provided by interested parties on tracking down and making retribution to those that do break their word. Now, into all of this comes the broker. Long before my time, back in the days of decades past for sure, there's people nods in the direction which the goblin child ran off. That one's grandmother wasn't around, or maybe just was when the broker first showed up. Don't know his true name. Keeps that one close. Very few people do. It's quite a valuable secret and not one I have. But from what I've heard, he's not one of the old princes. Not lineaged like us. They say he's just a human.
Is that weird here?
Rising to that sort of level without any powers of your own? Yes.
Well, sometimes humans have powers. I mean, not natural ones, obviously.
Not in the way we do. Not like that. From what I understand, he's just a very, very skilled at the art of the deal.
Oh.
And bit by bit, he's managed to pull enough of the broken bazaar around him that for now he's the king in all but name. Thing about humans, though, they die. Don't live forever.
Why isn't he dying then? I'm not being funny. You said that one's grandmother.
Yeah.
Goblins,
How old is this man?
Not that. Goblins don't have that long a lifespan, though, do they?
About the same as
True.
humans, I think.
I don't know.
As far as you know, it's like, 70 years would be like,
Not ridiculous.
but, well, might just be old. Never seen him.
Oh, never seen him. Okay.
Do you know? Pretty sure he exists. There was a rumor going back a while ago that there's actually just a bunch of those of us with lineage pretending to be him, but
Just
no.
like a load of you in a trench coat or something.
Basically.
I mean, that I would
Three
love
goblins
that.
in a trench coat was a good one for a while. We all thought that. But,
That would be the best revelation, if I'm
How
honest.
valuable would the broker's real name be?
pretty valuable.
Interesting.
Certainly worth an amount to trade to. Suffice to say, he has a lot of us in his debt.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And as
So
such,
now
doesn't make an
he's-
awful lot of public appearances.
No, he is. From what I understand, he is living it large in
And where's Paradise?
He nods at one of the beautiful pillars with the
Oh,
flame
well, that
skirting.
makes sense, yeah.
Like,
Like,
that's the name of the
obviously.
world.
yeah.
Right.
All lovely places, mansions, the like, from those that came before.
Weird.
So if you now,
So you don't think he has any kind of magic?
not his own, but he's had a lot. But they say he has a treasure trove of all sorts of artifacts, and he has magicians who owe him or are bound to him.
Any
And lots of
rings
guns.
passed between, or any purple magic that you've seen with any of his deals? I realise it's a bit specific, but
Shrugs. There's no, I don't know, but I know for a fact he has Night Stalker, lineaged Oathbinders, bounty hunters in his employ.
how does that start then? What did he offer? Well, look, he must have had something pretty good, right? At the beginning.
Well,
You don't just get there out of nowhere. Or he scared them.
yeah, or he arrived with something that was very valuable here and was able to give bits of it away at a time.
Sorry, I realise you're probably all thinking about this all the time, but this is
No,
all new
it's
information.
quite
If you
interesting
trade
to
it
hear
up,
from,
like,
yeah.
from new arrivals.
You can get quite far. Like, I heard about someone who traded a paperclip for a house eventually. There were obviously lots of steps in between, but they worked their way up to house.
That's
Yeah.
sort of the principle.
I mean, that's amazing, but I could never be bothered with
That's such a lot of effort.
Oh, fuck me, that's a lot of effort, isn't it?
Worth it for a house, though.
Yeah.
I'd love a house. Houses sound great. We've got
We've
one
got a
sort
house.
of-
I imagine
Yeah.
he probably.
It's just that we can't get out of it.
Yeah, let's stop talking about that.
I imagine they say he traded or held the promise of the knowledge of how he got in.
Right.
Oh.
That would
Maybe
make sense.
and that he knows many of the hidden ways beyond the five worlds.
So, the Five World.
Yeah, we've got
So woods.
we've got the forest.
The
we've got
forest,
the place
Forest.
where the Night Stalkers live. What's that called?
ash.
Ash.
And then you've got paradise, yeah?
Yes.
What are the other two?
So forest.
And this is an
Ash.
in-between, that's right, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Forest, ash, paradise. The blue.
Is that water one?
Yes.
It's where all the fish come from and where everything smells a bit
The
seaweedy.
salt. Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course the steelworks.
And so these
Which
all
is the
just
one
sort
back
of
there,
crash
yeah?
together,
So the stories say.
and no one can get out of the five of them on purpose.
There are ways. I say there are
So some people have
other
that
worlds, but
Hidden ways.
What's up there? I just point up. I just want to see what he says.
looks up. Darkness.
Up.
Oh,
Up's a problem, isn't it?
fair.
There's quite a lot of darkness
Hidden
down
ways,
as well.
though.
Well, I thought it was worth asking, just in case it was common knowledge.
Why are the roads
Fair-
all weird
yeah, fair
around
question.
here? When I was playing Ghost just now, I couldn't find my way through anything.
There's magic woven into some of the spaces, ways that trick the sight and the eye and the mind.
Ah, that sounds familiar.
Oh, have you hidden more space in less space? Or something like that?
I mean, that sounds like madness. No,
Or is it just
turns you
illusion?
around. But there's
Is it intentional, or is it just like
Oh, yeah.
because the worlds crashed together and everything got weird?
I think some of it is weird because of how the ways work, but some of it is also a little deliberate. Some of it's definitely deliberate. I did say there was a war or something close to it once, and in any case, there's such a thing as protecting your way home.
Yeah.
Knowledge of how to get into the worlds is itself something worth trading, and knowledge of how to get in. And to answer your question, speaking of which, you see two of his companions return. He leans in and whispers to them. Okay. Yeah. Helvy's going to be here in a minute.
Okay, let's find somewhere less obvious to do it, because if I'm just doing a big old magical thing out in the middle of this place, that might be a bad idea.
Yeah, you might be swamped.
All right, pick one. Pick what weapon you're going to copy.
Which one are you interested in? Does it matter?
Looks and seems to go. One of the swords.
Okay.
That one
That one.
points
Alright.
to a fine-looking sort of saber.
I'm gonna have a good look at it with my weirdly good Ice Storm memory eyes.
Ice Storm memory eyes.
Yeah, well, my memory's a bit better than it was since I have the Eye of the Storm, so I'm going to take a moment to help have a good, try and remember it. Not that that
Okay.
will necessarily
Yeah.
work,
You
but, I'm going to
memorise
try.
it.
No, but good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How good
Like,
is
knowing
this?
that with the Storm's Eye I can remember stuff.
The
I have another question.
go on.
If something has been sold to the broker, how hard is it to get it back? Is it impossible? Is it possible? What sort of things would you need?
You need something he wants, or you need to be willing to do a task for him, or owe him time or service,
Yeah,
Is
we
that what
haven't
all the
got
owed
that.
time is? Is it time people owe the broker?
and each other.
But the top of that pyramid is
Top
the
of the
broker.
pyramid's the breaker.
Right. That makes sort of horrible sense. What happens if you don't do the time?
Depends how it was enforced. If they had one of the Night Stalkers bind you, then the curse comes to your curse will come too. But more practically, Bounty Hunter will track you down and punish you for breaking your word.
Right.
Oh, we've already got some of those following us, so I don't think I'm going to find us here. But that's not for breaking
Well,
our
hope
word.
not.
They're just rude.
Yeah,
just
like
about-
complete
Sure.
misunderstanding.
Well, right. We're going to move over. He gestures to one of the blocky sort of buildings. We're going to move over to there.
Yeah.
That'll give us some privacy. No one in that one right now, and we'll have a decent, and you'll have a good view of the weapon of Doran's stall from there, which should let you work.
I'm going to make a little minor illusion of it in my hand as well. We can match it up.
He
Okay.
gestures you over towards the little path of different buildings, of ramshackle black stone buildings. Follow my footsteps exactly.
Right.
I will try.
He moves straight forwards down the path and then abruptly turns left into an alleyway. Left again. Left again doesn't bring you back to the main path. You're in a different alleyway this time. Right. Opens a door, steps through that into another section of alleyway before leading you up some steps. There's a moment between two houses where you peer out, and instead of the black void that you were expecting, you catch a glimpse of a wasteland with a blood-red sky, storms of fine black ash blowing between ominous dark spires. Winged creatures are visible in the distance.
Oh, I hate it. Let's never go there.
The worst.
You
I
quickly
make an
walk past
effort to
that.
remember the route.
Roll an intelligence
I
check,
really
please.
try. I
Yeah.
really try.
Ooh, that's fucking good. That is. It's really what the hell's my intelligence? Who am I? That is a 23.
Nice.
You have this route memorized. Remember that you have a way to reach the Ashlands.
No, thank you.
But the last trek takes you up some steps, across a narrow little bridge, and into a building from which you were able to look out of the window and see almost exactly where you were before, but just from a little bit further away. Which does give you a view of the smithy.
Correct.
Well, or at least of the weapons merchants. You can see that there is a grumpy-looking blonde dwarf woman there, beard a little out of sorts, holding a set of tools and standing by a banked-up forge. Right, you've got me for 10 minutes, starting now.
Okay, friend, we've got a thing to do.
All right.
We're making this.
You flash this up. In 10 minutes?
Yep.
All right.
You're
tell
gonna
me
have
what
to
to
guide
do.
me. I'll do the making.
You focus your magic together, and it's weird working through someone else here, because following the bizarre instinct, you kind of it's almost a little disconcerting to do. You know that scene from Ghost?
Yeah.
With the pottery? You have to stand awkwardly behind her, put one hand on either of her hands. It's like, what are you? And she just begins with like furious speed, taking the metal that's being handed to her, plunging it into the heat. It heats up supernaturally fast. There's like a jackhammer type rhythm with the tools as she starts working it. And you watch as over the next 10 minutes, like she just seems to beautifully, like almost mold to the best of her ability, a curved-edged saber into being, tang and all. Take a piece of fine wood, carve it down, wrap it in wire, fucking quench the whole thing supernaturally fast, and by the end of it, with just 3 licks of sort of the polishing stone, which somehow do the work of what should be hours, she presents a beautiful looking, not as perfectly balanced, but still pretty decent saber to Arturo. Yeah,
Nicely done.
Deal.
Look at that, we done a thing.
That was quite weird, if I'm honest.
That is a level. What level is that?
4.
Yeah, level 4. That's fine. That basically, I'm going to say, especially with role playing, that basically counts as an automatic success in this skill challenge.
Yay.
Excellent.
So that is spent. The Arturo and his companions look real happy. Helvi sort of sits back on a rough stone chair and goes, "Fuck me, you got your money's worth on that one."
Yeah.
Oh,
I can only do that like a few. Whoa, quite a few. Never mind. It's a lot of materials. And you look knackered.
She stands up. He said,
I should learn to do blacksmithing. That'd be fun.
Arturo says,
Cool.
"You agreed to your time. You agreed to time rather than effort." Oh, yeah, you don't have to tell me how the game works. I'm gonna get a drink.
As an
Stands up
artist, I
and
have like
staggers
so much
back.
hand sympathy for this
Yeah.
woman.
Oh yes.
And they're like, you've just spent like a day of hand effort in 10 minutes. You're
Oh, yeah.
sore, man.
Oh, she
Ow.
looks knackered. Arturo is very happily looking at the blade, and you see one of the others has gotten a much shittier looking scabbard.
Yeah,
to
you
put
would
it
want
in.
to keep that hidden.
Oh, yes, we will. So, to answer the rest of your questions,
Yes.
what you were looking for, this pyramid of bone, this totem, was sold by auction to the broker directly in exchange for sufficient favours to get the seller out of all of their debts and earn them a few in return. The broker seemed to take quite an interest in it, though why, we cannot know. This pylon of yours was taken directly to Paradise, where it is now sitting in the broker's mansion within his vault. To the best of our knowledge, The vault itself is guarded by a small army of guards.
Just a small one.
By estimate, 60 to 70 regular... 60 to 70 guards count themselves on his payroll should he draw them in. Though a lot of them are for show. He does have some people of significance.
Like, how good are the guards generally, and how are the people of significance? How powerful?
Most of the guards, as
you
I
would maybe
understand,
arbitrarily give them a number between 1 and 20.
as I understand, a lot of the guards are what you would consider window dressing. They could be relied upon to put down. They could be relied upon to put down a discontented rebel. The real threats. He has a dozen skilled bounty hunters and oathbinders in his service. They are the ones who... They are all skilled trackers. Skilled trackers with some ability of magic. They, due to their lineages, they can range, if you will, quite some distance in pursuit of their prey.
So they track you with magic?
Some of them track you with magic, others by careful observation, where you've been, by gathering information and the like.
That's an issue.
Yeah.
Corzin just gestures to all of his eyes.
Very impressive. There is also, on top of that, there are 6... I'll get you the details if I can find this, because I actually have, I believe, some specifics that he's been able to gather together. That's the wrong book. It would help if I go to the right book. Okay, so in addition to these 12 bounty hunters, there are a small handful of real significance. These are the broker's personal guard. There are 6 pure-blood Night Stalkers that he has in his personal service. With him not necessarily with him all the time, but able to be called to his side if he needs them. And as I understand it, they're quite good at activating the various traps that are sent to fill his mansion as well. Should warn you, pure bloods are quite a deal compared to those of us with just the lineage. They say that the 6 members of his Ashen Guard have some magic at their disposal automatically. It's not the foremost of their focus, but they do say they can break the enchantments of others at will.
Ooh, fuck. Okay.
That's
annoying.
They can cut through magic. They say spells don't stick to them easily, and their own blades will cut through magical protections. On top of that, they have a habit of coating their blades in their own blood. And they say that if you're cut by pure blood Night Stalker Ichor, the wound will not close and continues to bleed.
What, just like forever?
Does this sound like anything I would have encountered before?
Roll a medicine check.
Yeah. Because I know there are real-world equivalents that kind of do this, but... a medicine check, that is a... 27.
Honestly, it sounds like there's some sort of blood thinning or anti-clotting element to their blood. From your guess would be any injury received in this fashion runs a risk of just continuing to bleed. Like muscle action isn't going to close things unless it receives magical healing or a physical medicine check to staunch the bleeding.
Right.
Okay, noted. Tourniquets.
Let's not fight them. How's
They're
that for a
also-
suggestion?
They're also fast. Really fast. They say they can cross the length of a street in the blink of an eye.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
And then there's Styrian. I don't know how. There's like a look of horror and wonder in his eyes. But he managed to bind one of the forest princes to his service. Styrian is one of the purebloods from where I come from. He is a master of magic. They say that he can kill with a look, that he can shield himself against all illusion, influence, or charm.
Well, we better not fight these people.
I think this should not be a fight.
Once, they say someone tried to kill the broker, and they brought six purebloods. Well, those of high lineage at least, themselves to fight. And Styrian struck one with a bolt of lightning that then split and passed through each of the others in turn.
Oh, impressive.
Just look at Victory like, I'm pretty sure we can do that sort of thing.
Yeah. I'm going to try not to look at Victory with the two eyes in the middle of my head. The rest I have no real...
Victory leans over and says, context, that's actually pretty... I think that's pretty scary for most people.
Okay.
Just saying.
Okay. Well, it's pretty scary. You just... Yeah.
None of us can kill with a look.
No.
Well, there's been some times I've wondered about with... never mind.
Victory agrees.
I think Molly might be able to.
Molly can kill with a look, yeah. 100%.
I've
So,
never
yeah.
pissed her off that much, and I don't intend to start now.
Mind you, if you ever did, anyone who... I wouldn't recommend fighting your way through the broker. No, people have tried, people have died. And people have tried because mansion full of treasures.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
But we just want the one thing. And, I mean, if trading's an option, we can trade
Surely.
things.
This is a point, actually. Do you have any idea...
We're good at finding information.
Do you have any idea why the broker would be so interested in this item specifically?
No, but they say he's always interested in things that let him extend his reach.
I'm gonna do the little message thing, not saying this is where anyone else can hear. Okay.
It came from outside.
Yep.
It might be a way back out.
I mean, it is a way back out. It's a
Yeah, I
fifth
mean,
one.
for us it is, but for other people,
You
don't know.
need stuff to do teleportation, don't you?
I mean,
But, like, is it just a thing from outside? Could that be valuable in the same way to somebody else?
potentially.
I know you technically kind of, like, reinvented that, but it's
It
not
does
like
still
nobody's
exist,
ever
yeah.
done it, you know? Like, it could
I
be a
mean,
similar thing.
the things help.
Anyway,
but
this,
there's
this,
limits.
Victory
this little
says
child is
out
just, like,
loud.
looking at us, and
Yeah.
we should stop
Yeah,
talking to each other
Victory
in our
says
heads.
out loud, my companion asked about whether there's anything up. Do you know if there's any way to find things you can't see?
Yeah.
Like these
These
bounty
veils you
hunters
mentioned,
he
like there
talked
was,
about.
you said there were like hidden paths and veils. and things as well.
Yeah, there are some of the Night Stalkers, especially the purebloods, can find things that are lost, or can make things that do the same. You'd need to make an agreement with one, or get or I suppose if you ended up talking to the broker, maybe he could put you in the right way to find whatever it is you're looking for.
Interesting. Find up. Up is a problem. This might be a person who might have some answers.
Now, here's some. If you want to speak to the broker, you need 2 things. You need to know how to get to Paradise, which I don't know. Sorry. And you need an invitation.
Oh, okay.
And but what I can tell you is who has both.
Who has both?
Word on the street is Gandor the Gob. He's
Fuck me, that's a stupid name. And that's coming from me. Anyway, continue.
He ate a woman who wronged him whole.
She wronged him whole, or he ate her whole?
Ate her whole.
Okay.
Though maybe she wronged him whole too. There's a snicker from some of the other kids.
I'm sorry,
glance
how
back
did
from
she eat
Arturo.
her hole? Is she very small?
How are we spelling whole? Just for my own sanity.
He's 15 feet tall.
Okay.
And his mouth's about that wide.
So she wasn't very small, he was just very big. Right.
Yeah, he's fucking huge.
Cool. 8.
And is that normal round here?
He's very huge. No, Gandor is big. He does work in the steelworks. I understand he is in, but I know he's in the market today, and he has supposedly got an invitation, and is going to be heading up into Paradise to see the broker at some point today. He hasn't gone through yet. That's what we needed to confirm.
Right. So we need to...
You either need to find a way to get him to give up his invitation, or you've got to somehow follow him to Paradise and get through on your own.
And the invitation just good for the... Like, we couldn't he could persuade him to just let us come with him. Doesn't work for multiple people.
Yeah, when you say an invitation...
You need to either persuade him to give you his invitation or make you part of his entourage, and he might try. And frankly, if you come to him with that proposal, he might use that as a way of tricking you to service for life.
Well,
Yeah, I'm good. People tried that before, it didn't work.
Is this
Amazing
invitation
what
like a magical thing, or is there just like a doorman at Paradise?
A bit of a narrowing of eyes and a bit of a shrug. As far as I know, there is a physical invitation. That might be magic, or it might be as simple as one of my lot stood there at the door and asking, "Is this your invitation? Is this legally your invitation?"
Right, I see what you're saying.
Gandor want more women to eat.
Well, I understand he eats men too, but all sorts.
Oh, good for him.
But generally, those who wronged it.
Glad to hear he's not fussy.
Hungry
He's
fellow, is he?
interested.
Oh, apparently.
insatiable.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. He's on his way up, or at least he sees himself on his way up. He wants people. He wants favours. He wants servants. From what I understand, he used to be a big part in the fight. Used to be a big deal in the fighting pits for entertainment. Won a lot of bets that way.
Oh. Okay. These invitations, are they unique? Or they all look the same?
Dunno, never had one.
Okay.
But I know he's got one.
Good to know.
Could
Big
we bet
on-
him that Corzin couldn't beat him in a fight, and could we bet his invitation?
Is he liable to go for that?
From what I understand, if you're some people will only go for a trade. Some people will go for a wager. If you think you'll win a wager, it's a good deal. You get something for nothing.
I mean, that is insane, and we know literally nothing about him. I'm just
Yeah, and what
spitballing here.
happens if we lose? What's on our side of the way?
Oh, we're all
Depends what you
in
offer.
service for life, probably.
Yeah, we can't really do that.
He'll take what you got to make him an offer if you want him to duel you. What I will say is he's big, real big, and they say he's been around in the steelworks long enough. He carries some of that heat with him.
All right.
They say he can beat cold steel into shape with his bare hands.
Alright. Another
Saves
fact.
time, I suppose.
Who is in his entourage? Is it always the same people?
Yeah, like a lot of people in the way up, he trades to and from. So he might have some people around him today. He might be alone. I heard he has some drinking buddies who may or may not be his employ.
I've got that scroll of seeming. Wondering if we could be his entourage.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
trust
not
that there
bad.
won't be people on the door who'll be able to see through it and go,
There will.
"Hello,
there
this
definitely
is
will.
weird."
Yes.
At which point he'll
he
go,
might not.
"What?" He probably won't, but
And
if
then we can
people
run through
suddenly
his
go,
big legs and go through the door. No, I'm totally kidding.
Yeah, that'll work.
That'll be fine. No, it won't be fine. It absolutely won't be fine. Why is everything so hard?
Well,
Well,
what I can tell you is he'll be eating and drinking at the Broken Cup for the next hour.
okay, so
Right,
we need
good
to
to
make
know.
a plan.
And
We
I'll
need
give you
to go.
directions there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we need to work out what it is we potentially have to trade with, both for him and when we actually get to the broker. I think we need to just have a little sit down and think.
I mean, I have some ideas.
I've got a
Like,
few ideas.
well, I shift over to the kid like I was saying in front of me.
Yeah.
If he likes eating things, maybe give him something that's rare or that he couldn't otherwise get here.
I've got a
Jeffrey.
Hydra head.
Sorry.
Don't you put Jeffrey got a stuffed
Is that
Hydra
a
head.
what head?
It's a Hydra.
A what?
It's got lots of heads. Like, loads
I've
of them.
I've got 2 bottles of wine. And do
weird.
you still have any of those Celestia Sizzles left?
We're not trading
We're
the
gonna trade us some
sausages.
wieners. Oh fuck! No, I think. No, Saran ate the last Celestia sizzle. She didn't eat the last wiener.
Right,
don't
well, that's
think.
almost certainly something he's never going to have had before.
Let's trade our way to the totem in wieners.
That'll definitely do it. I think they're going to
I'm
want
well down.
something more than that. But
Yeah, I'm gonna wait
Let's
until this
go-
child's gone.
yeah,
to
let's
say
go
my
find
idea.
somewhere to have a quiet sit down and a think.
All right.
Right. And with that, I'll lead you back to the bazaar, and our business is concluded. It has been
Interesting.
a very profitable day.
Yeah.
Educational.
You done good
Genuinely
out of
same.
this.
Actually, thank you.
It's alright. Not every deal is one where you shaft the other person over.
Yeah, because, okay, that's worth a lot more to you than it is to us.
No, I actually feel like everybody here is doing a lot better than they were. So
Yeah.
go us.
Good luck.
Except for that
with your
blacksmith.
Arturo guides you back to the bazaar and just points
Is
out
it the same route to get back?
He takes
Good question.
you. That's a good point. He moves quickly, keen for you not to memorize this route, but it is actually a different route this time through a different.
Where is it?
So if you want to make an
I'm
intelligence
gonna
check,
try.
Do
Yeah.
it.
Ooh, also not terrible. That's an 18.
Can I add to it?
you can.
I'm adding 4 to it.
22.
You just about memorized this.
What else do I have memorized then? The way back?
Yeah, you've memorized the way to this point, the way back. So you have not only a way to get to the Ashlands, but a way to get back from the Ashlands.
Which is possibly more valuable.
if
Yeah.
you particularly decide you want to visit the Ashlands.
I
mean,
mean,
I
I
really
feel like a
don't
bit of
want
totem
to.
might be there somehow. Just getting that vibe, you know?
So
So, I do have an idea. It's insane, though.
Go on.
Technically, I could tell him one thing from his future.
Yep. You could also tell him the broker's real name. We could find the broker's name.
We could.
That's
Fuck,
valuable.
we totally could.
We can tell the broker's name is valuable information to the broker and to everyone else.
Yeah,
That's a very good idea.
We could very much do that, potentially. We'd have to try and find it first.
Oh yeah,
know it.
the stuff we have to know first.
Also, we can't have anyone see me with this eye because the broker's 100% going to want it. I feel like the broker would probably murder people for it, if I'm honest.
Let's have a sit down and a think
No
and work
reason
out
to
what
suspect he
exactly we
wouldn't.
need, what exactly we can get, what's going to be most valuable.
Yeah.
And a plan of attack, not attack. Plan of action, yeah.
A plan of preferably not attack, because that sounds
Preferably,
terrifying.
Yeah, a plan that doesn't involve, what was it? 60 to
Anti-spell
70
shit.
guards, 12 skilled bounty hunters, 6 personal guards, a forest master magic person, and a partridge in a pear tree.
And, wounds
And a
that
death
won't
ray.
close.
How was that?
I feel like I have less blood than the pair of you, if I'm honest. So I think,
Really?
right,
How does that work?
I just feel like I do. I feel like I bleed for less time than you and I'm down, so I think
True.
maybe I have less blood.
I just think it's got further to go, so you're really tall. So, the blood
feel
doesn't
like
get to
you-
the head and you go falling over quickly.
Victory hits in. I just feel like you've got a more powerful heart and it comes out sooner.
Oh, that's
Oh.
actually very wholesome, darling.
Thank you.
But Corzin stays up the longest. Does that mean he has a terrible heart? Because I don't think that's right.
And
Maybe he's
Corzin just
really
sort of
He's very tense.
Yeah.
Beating really fast.
sizes going. No, that doesn't
the
quite.
muscles are so big, the blood can't get past it.
Can't get out.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'm going to have to explain to both of you how muscles actually work.
I was
Nope.
actually really bad in school. I didn't pay attention, at all.
I didn't go to school.
And then when I did pay attention, it was because I fancied my teacher, so,
Understandable. But yeah, no, there's some quite elementary information I feel that maybe the two of you are lacking about how bodies work.
I've seen all the bits. I've seen a lot of insides.
I still feel like I have less blood than the pair of you. I'm sorry, if I bled for 5 minutes, I'd be dead. Either of you could bleed
Depends
for 5
where
minutes. You're
from.
Like, 'tis but a scratch. Because that's how
As
you
a surgeon, I
talk.
can absolutely guarantee you it very much depends on where you are bleeding from for 5 minutes.
And as you sit down potentially at the broken cup, potentially is leaning against a wall and to discuss and work out your plans of how you are going to infiltrate paradise and speak or pop to, or possibly rob the broker, we'll pick up from there next time. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s. I had the strangest dream today. I saw the captain far away. He seemed to be in some distress. I forget the message. Oh, yes.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.